The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin the King's Avatar Chapter 961. The two reporters had come especially to conduct interviews for the Challenger League. They had more or less done their homework. Team Excellent Era was naturally one of the most important parts of their homework. The team's owner, Tao Xuan, didn't appear in public too much, but the two still immediately recognized him. Boss Xuan. The two were pleasantly surprised. Hello. Tao Xuan nodded his head and greeted them. Then he started asking about Team Happy's situation. You just said that there was no Qiu among the list of registered players in Team Happy. Yeah, take a look. The reporter took out his phone. The final name list was displayed on the phone screen. Tao Xuan glanced suspiciously at him. This reporter seemed a bit unnatural, but what could he do? They hadn't gotten this information from behind the scenes. At that time, the two had been running over here with Cao Guangcheng. In fact, the final name list had just been released on the Glory website's Challenger League page. From the list of names on the screen, Tao Xuan clearly saw that the name of the player behind Team Happy's Lord Grimm was Yi Ziu. Yi Qiu and Yi Ziu was a difference of one letter, but for an official competition, which examined the identities of the players very strictly, this tiny difference was huge. Tao Xuan glanced at Qi Li and couldn't help but look at Su Macheng too. His intuition told him that Su Macheng definitely knew what was going on, but he didn't think he could get anything out of her. In fact, not letting Su Macheng play was something that he didn't want to talk about. Excellent Era's group of people left the hotel. As a powerhouse, lining up and waiting for a taxi would be too lowly. Excellent Era had already arranged a vehicle for them. Their boss, Tao Xuan, didn't arrange anything specifically for himself and went on the luxurious bus together with the other players. Esport Home's three reporters followed Excellent Era's people onto the bus as well, but they soon discovered that their main targets, Excellent Era's boss and manager, didn't have any open seats. The three tactfully found an open seat in the back to sit at. Afterwards, those two reporters smiled exuberantly as they looked for interview targets. Cao Guangcheng glanced coldly at them and sneered. Those two didn't have any experience as team reporters. Team reporters had much more time and many more opportunities to interview a player compared to normal reporters, so there was no need to chase after targets and bombard them with questions. Great team reporters would try to become members of the team, thus allowing them to know the true face of every player. Their interactions with each other would be like friends chatting together. They would use their eyes and ears to look for interesting material among the countless trifling details. Then, they would use that to supplement their writing to produce an article that could not be done by another reporter in terms of content and perspective. But these two were grabbing players as if they were conducting an interview. That was too inappropriate. True, all of Team Excellent Era was here, but did they plan on doing 8 interviews in one trip? It wasn't that easy. If they wanted to conduct an interview, then, even as team reporters, they had to follow the standard procedure and request the clubs first. 2 reporters excitedly went around in a circle and soon realized that the players from Excellent Era weren't happy with them. Unfortunately, the two still didn't know what they had done wrong. They went back to their seats and grumbled to themselves in fear. They snuck a glance at Cao Guangcheng and saw that he didn't seem to know what a rare opportunity it was right now. He was sitting with so many newsworthy people, yet he was actually leaning on the window and dozing off. The 2 reporters didn't dare to randomly look for players again. They could only strain their ears and try to listen to what the Excellent Era players were chatting about. However, the bus was completely silent. Only boss Tao Xuan and Qi Li, who sat together, were chatting about something. However, the two didn't dare move closer to eavesdrop. There's actually no Qiu. After Tao Xuan sat down, he spoke to Qi Li. Qi Li also took out his cell phone and went online to check. Not only did he look at Lord Grimm, he checked everyone in Happy. There was no Qiu, but What was going on with the berserker at the bottom of the list? Sun Jiping. Tao Xuan had only seen Lord Grimm on that reporter's cell phone. He didn't scroll down. When he looked at the list on Qi Li's phone, he was dumbfounded. He had been in the scene since the start of the alliance. How could he forget Sun Jiping's name? Why did he end up on their team? Tao Xuan couldn't understand. Qi Li didn't know either. He only knew that this addition would only make Team Happy even more terrifying. Was Team Excellent Era's chances of beating Team Happy still 100%? Qi Li wondered, but he didn't dare say it out loud. Let's put that aside for now. What's going on with EQ? Tao Xuan was puzzled. After exposing EQ for forming Team Happy to Esports Home, confirming that Team Happy had no EQ in their roster, they had discussed this matter not just once. In the end, they always believed that when the offline matches came, EQ would have to join. As for Yi Ziu, it was probably some random person that they found. In any case, the online matches weren't supervised, so there was no evidence that EQ was the one secretly controlling Lord Grimm. There was nothing they could do about that. Why would they go so far as to find a Yi Ziu? In Excellent Era's eyes, it was so that Happy wouldn't expose to the public. If that happened, the pressure from the fans would be too great. But in the offline matches, the organizers checked identities very strictly. Only the real person himself could come. Who would have thought that in the offline tournament, Yi Ziu would still be Yi Ziu? Was EQ not going to be appearing on stage? To Excellent Era, this should have been very good news, but neither Tao Xuan nor Qi Li could smile. Their intuition told them that this wasn't good news. There should be a scheme somewhere in here. It looks like we'll need to personally pay him a visit, Tao Xuan said. When they arrived at the designated hotel provided by the Challenger League, the Excellent Era players needed to go to the reception desk and sign in. At this moment, there weren't any other participating players in the hotel lobby, so Excellent Era didn't receive too much attention. Did Team Happy's EQ arrive yet? After signing in, Qi Li immediately got right to the point and asked an alliance employee. No. The employee shook his head. He didn't recognize EQ, but he was the person responsible for signing players into the hotel. He hadn't the name EQ appear yet. In fact, there was also quite a big discussion going on among the employees in private. Then what about this Yi Ziu? Which room was he placed in? Qi Li asked. Team Happy is in section a 7th floor room 721-726. We don't know which room he's in exactly. The employee answered. Okay, thanks. Qi Li didn't ask further and returned to tell Tao Xuan. Cao Guangcheng was neither close by nor far away. He had a general understanding of what was going on and was also astonished. Soon afterwards, Tao Xuan and Qi Li went towards the section of elevators. It wasn't convenient for Cao Guangcheng to follow them. He could only follow the Excellent Era players back and go back to the bus. The other two esports home reporters were feeling awkward. Should they go on to the bus or not? Excellent Era didn't invite them. If they went on the bus, they would still be sitting quietly in the back like before. Even if they went to the hotel, there might not be any interview opportunities either. No, it's still better to go. The two discussed with each other for a bit. If they didn't go, they might not be able to get any piece of the big fish. When the time came, Cao Guangcheng's article would definitely be related to Excellent Era. If they wrote about other teams, how could they view for the front page? They had to go onto the bus. They even changed their hotels to live together with Excellent Era. The two came to a decision and then immediately pretended to laugh as they boarded the bus. How brave! Cao Guangcheng guessed their intentions and gave them a thumbs up in praise. The two knew that he was mocking them. They didn't answer back. After boarding the bus, they found a seats and didn't dare to worm their way closer to a player. Cao Guangcheng sat in the middle of the bus. He was wondering about what was up with EQ too. That kid Chang Xian had been following along Team Happy the entire time. Maybe he knew something. Even though he felt that the teams besides Excellent Era were beneath him, his reporter's intuition told him that he should ask Chang Xian. He immediately took out his phone and made a call. He was familiar with Excellent Era. From the top to the bottom, he was just like a member of Excellent Era. He didn't feel any qualms about doing this. When he got off the bus and started dialing, Cao Guangcheng saw a person get off a car in front of the hotel main entrance. This person seemed very familiar. Who's that? Cao Guangcheng looked from a different angle. He moved closer 2 steps and suddenly remembered. This was the Alliance's chairman, Feng Xianjun. Getting an interview with such a powerful person was even more difficult. A team reporter like him had many opportunities to meet, chat, and even be on friendly terms with a team owner. He might even have the possibility of requesting an interview. However, a team reporter didn't have the status to request an interview with the Alliance's chairman, Feng Xianjun. Only the editor-in-chief of Esports Home had the appropriate status. Usually, getting a reply to 1 or 2 questions at a press conference was enough to feel blissful. Those 2 idiots were only fixed on Excellent Era and missed such a grand character. Cao Guangcheng laughed inwardly at his 2 colleagues. He stopped caring about his phone call and immediately walked over. Feng Xianjun's group had 3 people. When they arrived at the lobby, the Alliance employees obviously recognized their big boss and got up. Cao Guangcheng moved closer and easily overheard their conversation. The first thing he heard was, "Where was Team Happy placed?" "Section A, 7th floor, room 721-725. The employee replied. Cao Guangcheng was shocked. It looked like the Alliance's chairman had come here for Happy. How capable was Happy? Wasn't Happy just going to be another team that would be eliminated in the offline tournament? Was that worthy of being noticed by the Alliance's chairman? Even if this team had the halo of EQ surrounding it, that still wasn't enough, no. Cao Guangcheng was completely at a loss. The King's Avatar, Chapter 962. Cao Guangcheng really wanted to pounce on Feng Xianjun and pry some answers out of him. But even if he had 10 guts, he wouldn't have enough to do that. Feng Xianjun's group of 3 merely asked for Happy's room numbers before turning and leaving for elevator A. The staff that received them looked nothing but confused. The staff began a whispered discussion among themselves, but when they turned their head, what they saw was Cao Guangcheng gaping like a fish. Cao Guangcheng was a well-known journalist and had checked in, obtaining his pass today, so the staff recognized him. "Reporter Cao." The call woke Cao Guangcheng from his stupor. How could Cao Guangcheng, who had returned to the present, still have his mind on the problem of interviewing or not? His mind had already supplied a scene for him. Inside Happy's room, Excellent Era's 2 big heads and the chairman of the Alliance. What scene would all these big shots sitting together make? As his thoughts turned to this, Cao Guangcheng couldn't stand standing around and waiting anymore, dashing to elevator like a cheetah. However, out of the 3 elevators, 1 had just left and 2 were still at floors above 10. Cao Guangcheng was extremely impatient. Then he thought, well, it was just 7 floors, and whirled around for the stairs. As he ran, he took out his phone. Was Chang Xian still with Happy's members? "Hey, brother Cao." Chang Xian answered the call, and by his tone, he seemed pretty cheerful. "Where are you?" Cao Guangcheng asked. "In the hotel," Chang Xian replied. "Which room?" Cao Guangcheng asked. 723. Chang Xian had noticed the anxiety in Cao Guangcheng's tone. "Who's in the room?" "Happy's team members, Steamed Bun and Luo Jai." Chang Xian wasn't a stranger to the members of Happy anymore. He was even playing around in Steamed Bun and Luo Jai's room now. Though no one had ever taught him, Chang Xian had a talent for being a team reporter. He didn't try to pry information out of these guys as soon as he saw them, but truly became friends with them, especially with the younger few. "Which room is that guy called Xiu in?" Cao Guangcheng asked. 722, go over there, Cao Guangcheng ordered. "Why?" Chang Xian couldn't understand. Room 722 was Yi Ziu and Wei Chen's room. In front of these two veteran players, Chang Xian always felt under pressure. So when he was free and wanted to relax, he wouldn't seek those two out. Chang Xian was closer to Steamed Bun and Kaio Yifen. Since Luo Jian and Wenyi weren't often at Happy, so he was more distant with them. Even though he wasn't as close with them, it was much less nerve-wracking than being with Yiziu and Wei Chen. Thus, hearing that Cao Guangcheng wanted him to go to Yiziu, Chang Xian involuntarily questioned him. "Hurry up and go. I'll be there soon," Cao Guangcheng yelled. Chang Xian was stunned for a moment. The call had already been ended, but by now he had realized that this was probably implying that there was huge news to report. "I'm going to visit the room opposite," Chang Xian informed Steamed Bun and Luo Jai before charging out. Yiziu and Wei Chen's room 722 was just on the other side of the hall to 723. Room 722's door was unlocked, and as Chang Xian approached, he immediately heard voices coming from inside. It didn't sound like Yiziu or Wei Chen. Chang Xian didn't dare dawdle, hurriedly knocking on the door. Hearing a voice inside telling him to enter, he immediately charged inside. There were many more people inside than he had expected. There were 4 from Team Happy alone. Yiziu, Wei Chen, Chen Guo and Tang Ruo were all inside. There was also another 2 who were standing inside, having yet to sit down. Hearing Chang Xian entering, everyone looked towards him. Chang Xian instantly recognized the 2 people standing. It was Excellent Era's owner and its manager, both big shots. Tao Xuan didn't know Chang Xian, but Qi Li felt that he was a little familiar. As a reporter stationed in H City, Chang Xian had come to Excellent Era a few times, but he was usually there to run errands for Cao Guangcheng. For Excellent Era, he might recognize others, but others usually didn't recognize him. "You're here, little Chang," Yiziu greeted him then, but didn't say anything after that. "You seem rather busy," the average person would leave upon seeing that the others seemed occupied with something. However, Chang Xian was a reporter, and it was his job to be a bit more nosy than was usually expected. Seeing the 2 big heads of Excellent Era here, he knew there was bound to be drama, so there was no way he was going to leave. He stood there dumbly and Happy's members didn't chase him out. Qi Li, in the end, didn't manage to figure out where he had seen this familiar young man before. Tao Xuan had the air of a boss, merely glancing over before dismissing Chang Xian. Even if you wanted to ask someone to leave, it wasn't the job of a boss. He turned away, saying what he wanted to say without caring about anyone else. "So this is where you are. What about that captain of yours, Yiziu? Where is he? I want to meet him," Tao Xuan said. Hearing this, Chang Xian was confused. Captain Yiziu, wasn't he right in front of them? Was the boss of Excellent Era drunk? Chang Xian sniffed, not smelling any alcohol, and then he saw Captain Yiziu smile and say, "Yiziu, isn't that me? You really dare to admit it?" Tao Xuan gazed at him. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Yiziu smiled uncaringly. "Are you crazy?" Qi Li, standing beside them, couldn't figure out Yiziu's attitude. "You're using a fake identity to play. Do you think everyone is blind or something?" "Who said that this identity is fake?" Yiziu retorted. "Ha ha," Tao Xuan laughed dryly after hearing this. "That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. If this identity isn't fake, then are you going to tell me that Yiqiu is a fake identity? Don't think that because barely anyone recognizes you, you can go around changing your identity freely, Yiqiu." Bang. The door to the room suddenly slammed heavily. Everyone looked around and saw that it was Chang Xian, who hadn't really moved after coming in. Hearing Tao Xuan's words, he had been unable to stay standing straight, stepping back and slamming the unlocked door into its place, which was now locked. He stared, dumbfounded, at Yiziu, his face full of surprise. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but couldn't manage to make a sound. Captain Yiziu was Yiqiu. So that meant he had seen the god Yiqiu that Brother Cao had never seen multiple times, and spoke to him a lot. He had even interviewed him already. But how could he also be Xiu? And how could he use Xiu's identity to register, using a fake identity to enter the alliance? That was a serious violation of rules. The entire team might be punished because of it. How could they get through this? Though not many people recognized God Yiqiu, there were still some. Like his ex-teammates from Excellent Era, they must recognize him, so wouldn't he be caught easily? Chang Xian's head full of question marks had quickly turned towards Yixiu in worry. That's when he saw Yixiu rise and look towards Tao Xuan with a smile. You guessed it. In reality, Yiqiu is the fake identity. This isn't a joke, but a lie. What did you say? Tao Xuan and Qi Li stared in shock at this. Back then, the alliance was just starting out and the teams had only just been formed. Management wasn't as structured and ordered. Many people had to go against the rules to become pro players, especially when it came to age. You weren't of age, Tao Xuan frowned. When the alliance was just starting, without the same industrial system and commercial outlook of the present, there were naturally many strict rules regulating things. For example, those who weren't 18 yet couldn't become pro players. That was a rock-solid rule of that time. After all, video games had long since been seen as a sort of digital heroin. A pro-alliance was a gathering for this addiction in the eyes of many people. They couldn't do anything but prevent underage people from entering, or else there would be an unbearable pressure from the outside world. However, while there might be policies from above, there were ways to deal with them down below. To avoid the restrictions placed by this rule, faking your age became a trend of the early years of the alliance. But Tao Xuan knew Yixiu from before the alliance was formed. He had known Yixiu's age before that, and it made the requirements set by the alliance back then. It wasn't possible that Yixiu was have predicted the formation of the alliance and the rules and made a lie preemptively. No, Yixiu shook his head. My situation was much worse than being underage. Back then, I didn't have an ID card. So you made a fake ID, Tao Xuan exclaimed in shock. Not exactly, I just borrowed someone else's ID card, Yixiu said. Someone else's? Tao Xuan and Qi Li looked like they were listening to a cultivation novel. Yeah, does having a twin make this seem like the plot to a novel? Yixiu asked. Twin? Tao Xuan and Qi Li thought that cultivational novels were far too weak compared to this. Yup, that's how it is. I used my younger twin brother's ID to register, and the Yixiu I'm using now is my real identity, Yixiu summarized. This. Tao Xuan felt a little dizzy. Something seemed a little wrong about this. He needed to think for a moment. Qi Li managed to react rather quickly though and immediately sneered. You can't possibly think that now that you're using your real identity everything would be like nothing had happened. Do you think people are stupid? Of course not. Yixiu shook his head. So that's why we all have to deal with this problem carefully. We. Qi Li looked like he had just heard a joke. Yes, we. Yixiu nodded solemnly. Back then, I was in Excellent Era, no. And I even used this identity to win 3 championships for Excellent Era, or have you forgotten? Qi Li didn't know how to react, and Tao Xuan finally realized what he had felt was wrong about this. This guy's use of a fake identity was strapped to Excellent Era's name. So now, not only could Tao Xuan no longer use this fake identity issue to bring Happy down, he had to do his utmost to cover this up. He had to do it, not for this guy, but for Excellent Era the King's Avatar Chapter 963. Reporter Chang Xian felt the urge to rush out the door. It was true that he was a reporter, and that he needed all sorts of news topics, but the information he just heard was too fierce, so fierce that he was having trouble standing up. The greatest god in the history of Glory, Yiqiu, was actually a fake identity. Since the founding of the Glory Alliance, this was the biggest. Biggest what? Chang Xian wanted to use the word scandal to describe it, but from the bottom of his heart, he didn't consider it as a scandal. The person in front of him was using a fake identity, but he was still the one playing in the competitive matches. The opponents were defeated by him, and the victories were won by him. Qiu monopolizing all sorts of honors and being a three-peat champion were genuine accomplishments. However, these accomplishments didn't belong to Qiu, but the person in front of him. His actions may have violated the alliance's rules, but they didn't have an effect on anything from a competitive standpoint. He was borrowing an identity, but he was the one playing. In comparison, those players who lied about their age broke the fairness of the competition more heavily. No. This was why Chang Xian felt conflicted. It was groundbreaking information. If it was revealed, he might even become famous in an instant. However, at the same time, he would cause a lot of harm to many people. Xiu, Team Happy, Team Excellent Era, and their countless fans would need to bear the pain. If it was a scandal like taking stimulants during a match, Chang Xian wouldn't feel ashamed to reveal it. However, Chang Xian didn't feel like this could be considered that type of scandal. It was just borrowing an identity. Everything else was real. Every match, every victory, and every championship win were genuine. The only exception was that the person called Qiu wasn't actually Qiu. That didn't affect the outcome of a match though, did it? Xiu said he didn't have his ID card back then, so he used someone else's. That was clearly out of helplessness. Afterwards, he never changed it after so many years because once you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. Perhaps there were other reasons too, but Chang Xian didn't know. He just felt like using another identity in this way shouldn't be counted as fraud. It was because of this thinking that Chang Xian didn't know how to handle this information. He was very conflicted. Going left and going right made him feel bad. He regretted entering this room. He wished he could travel back in time. He would definitely avoid this room and walk away. Thinking about all of this was already too late. Chang Xian's thoughts were in a whirl. How could Excellent Era's Tao Xuan and Qi Li not be the same as him? This news was like thunder to them. But what the two even more annoyed was that after Xiu leaked such a huge secret, he looked as nonchalant as ever. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He looked like he was sitting there watching a show. If this is taken seriously, you would have to undertake legal responsibility for identity theft. Qi Li couldn't bear seeing that guy's nonchalant look any longer. He suddenly spoke coldly. His threat was clear as day, but Xiu still had that annoying nonchalant look on his face. Yeah, do you guys plan on taking this seriously? Qi Li coughed blood. This guy was truly shameless. Take this seriously. What did that mean? Take Xiu into court and accuse that he stole someone else's identity to sign several contracts with them. How was that any different from exposing the truth? Shouldn't Excellent Era be trying to cover this up and not get involved? What's more, if an investigation was made, although Excellent Era would legally be in the right, they would certainly receive criticism from a moral perspective. Xiu may have impersonated as someone else, but his contributions to Excellent Era were genuine. If Excellent Era made such an investigation, it would be a model example of gaining a favor and calling it a disfavor. This move would not be wise. As for bringing in the person who got his identity stolen, that was even more of a fantasy. That guy was his twin brother. It's not like they could count on the other side to stand out and tell his own brother to get punished by law for stealing his identity. I want to confirm something. Tao Xuan finally spoke. Over all these years, you were the one completing the entire time, right? Your brother, the real Qiu, never appeared in a match before, right? It's always been me. It's not as much of a mystery as you're making it out to be. Xiu smiled. That's good then. That gives us a lot of room to work around with. Tao Xuan had been struck by thunder too, but he was stronger than his subordinate, Qi Li. He didn't lash out because of Xiu's attitude. He had already calmed down and started thinking about how to deal with this matter. The Alliance wouldn't want to accept this truth either. A three-peat champion, the greatest player of all time, the Alliance's #1 god, yet that player's identity was actually fake. It would be a big blow to the alliance's reputation. Tao Xuan thought about things from a management perspective. The alliance wouldn't want this information to be known to the public. But he's about to appear in a match. There has to be good explanation for that, Qi Li said. As long as we communicate it with the alliance internally, an explanation to the public would not be difficult, Tao Xuan said. That makes sense. Yiziu nodded his head. It's best if we hurry and talk with the alliance. How should we go about telling them this? Tao Xuan started thinking when he heard a knock on the door. Everyone in the room suddenly felt like thieves that had been caught. The one closest to the door, Chang Xian, hadn't regained his calm yet. He asked with a trembling voice, "Who is it?" "It's me, Feng Xianjun." "Feng Xianjun? Who's that? It sounds kind of familiar." The reporter interacted with lower-level people, so it was hard to avoid reacting slowly to such a big name. As for the two from Excellent Era, after being struck by thunder, they were dealt another blow. Qi Li had to support himself up with the wall. Tao Xuan no longer keep his calm like before. He had analyzed things well and was preparing to find someone in the alliance to talk to, but who would have thought that the FC King Alliance chairman would directly come over? The ones from Happy could no longer keep up their spectator mentality. Chen Guo decisively suggested, "Should we hide? The restroom, underneath the bed?" The calmest one was still Yiziu. He had a smile on his face like he didn't care. "Forget about it. What's to come will come." Tao Xuan's analysis of the pros and cons was very clear. "I don't think it'll be difficult to making things clear." "Okay, open the door." Tao Xuan knew that they would need to face Feng Xianjun sooner or later. He was already at their door, and Tao Xuan wasn't the type of person who ran away. Chang Xian had finally realized that the person outside was the alliance chairman. He was extremely shocked. It made him feel like the storm was about to get even more violent and began to calm down. He opened the door quite calmly. "Oh, there's quite a lot of people here." Feng Xianjun entered and saw Excellent Era's Tao Xuan. He was quite surprised. Tao Xuan smiled and went forward to greet Feng Xianjun. Feng Xianjun looked around the room and saw Yiziu. He laughed and pointed with his hands. "Yiqiu, so you're really here." Chang Xian suddenly felt that an even more violent storm was about to come. At this moment, the two others with Feng Xianjun entered the room. At the stairway, Cao Guangcheng had just sprinted up 7 flights of stairs and was gasping for air. He saw them go in and immediately sprinted forward again. He saw that the door was slowly closing and hastily shouted, "Wait!" Chang Xian stretched out his neck to look. It was Cao Guangcheng. He was immediately filled with joy. He had no idea what to do with this piece of information, but everything would be fine with Brother Cao here. From when he entered the room to now, it was his first time feeling relaxed. Just when he was about to open the door to let Cao Guangcheng in, Qi Li immediately asked, "Who is it?" "It's our correspondent station's Brother Cao." Chang Xian hastily answered, "Correspondent station, Brother Cao." Qi Li realized who it was and immediately responded, "Cao Guangcheng, shut the door." "Ah, shut the door." Chang Xian didn't dare utter no. He promptly closed the door in panic. Cao Guangcheng was almost there. He could see that Chang Xian had ignored his shout and locked the door. He was furious. That little brat, he was usually so well-behaved and kind. Who would have thought he was so cunning? "You plan on monopolizing this piece of news." Cao Guangcheng was in a rage, but he didn't dare go out of control in front of the people in the room. When he reached the door, he calmed down and knocked politely. "Reporter Cao, right? Please go back. It's not a convenient time for an interview." Qi Li's voice came through the door. Cao Guangcheng listened and his body turned ice cold. He understood Excellent Era's people. Qi Li was saying that he'd better not think of even trying to get in. Not a convenient time for an interview. That F-seeking brat Chang Xian was in there. Why? Why did things turn out this way? You'd let Chang Xian watch on the sides, but you won't let me in. What method did that little brat Chang Xian do? Impossible. He was a young and green little kid. What method could he have to monopolize excellent era all for himself? Cao Guangcheng was furious, but he didn't dare make trouble. He took out his phone and called Chang Xian, but Chang Xian's phone was turned off. FCK, Cao Guangcheng cursed. He couldn't go in, but he wasn't willing to leave. He went up against the door and tried to see if he could hear anything. However, the hotel picked by the Alliance wouldn't have such poor walls. If the people inside talked normally, he had no chance of hearing them. Cao Guangcheng despaired. In the room, Feng Xiangjun felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Qi Li was angry again because when he heard Chang Xian talk to Cao Guangcheng, he finally realized who this person was. He was a reporter. Internal communication. How could a reporter count as someone from the Alliance? At this moment, the people that they needed to guard against the most were reporters. But they actually talked about all of this in front of a reporter. He and Tao Xuan didn't know Chang Xian was a reporter, but how could those from Happy not know? Yiziu, did your brain turn to mush? When he came in, how could you not know to shoo him away? Are you deliberately trying to make things harder for us? Qi Li really wanted to strangle Yiziu. As for Feng Xianjun, he felt like the atmosphere was a bit strange, but he didn't ask about it. He continued to the main subject. It seems like your Happy has someone called Yiziu. Ha 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 ha. Yiziu laughed. He kicked Wei Chen, who was sitting on the sofa. Chairman, have a seat first. What is it? Feng Xianjun once again felt the strange atmosphere in the room. He walked over and sat down. How's your heart these days? Yiziu asked. If your heart's fine, then listen up, Yiziu said. What do you want to say? I'm Yiziu. Yiziu said the King's Avatar Chapter 964. Feng Xianjun deserved to be the Alliance's chairman. He had seen all sorts of winds and waves. To Tao Xuan, Qi Li, and Chang Xian, this news was like thunder to them, but after Feng Xianjun heard it, his expression remained calm. His eyebrows only wrinkled a bit. Soon afterwards, he extended his hands to his attendants. Medicine, medicine. Author's note. The attendants saying, yo yo, check it out, Chinese letter, kai ki now. Could I have a Jianbing? And then quickly rushed out to buy Jianbing. The chairman's heart failed and he passed away. I really wanted to write it like this, but I don't think everyone would be able to accept it. Okay, forget about this apart. Yiziu's concern for Feng Xianjun's heart wasn't without reason. The attendants by Feng Xianjun's side took out some heart-relieving pill in a panic. Yiziu, on the other hand, already had a cup of water in his hand. The others looked at the painful expression on the chairman's face and felt sympathy for him. After swallowing the pill, Feng Xianjun rested for 5 minutes before fully recovering. He let out a long sigh. Do you need to go to the hospital? Yiziu asked. Feng Xianjun glared at him and then sucked in a deep breath, asking, What's going on? Everyone fixed their attention on the chairman's reaction. The room was completely silent. Tao Xuan felt sweat running down his palms. From his understanding, Feng Xianjun cared very much about the Alliance's development, so Tao Xuan felt like they should be able to reach a consensus on this issue. But before the chairman gave his statement, he still felt very nervous. What if Feng Xianjun shook his head and said no? Retreating back a step after that would be too difficult. Right now, it wasn't that the arrow was pulled back on the bowstring waiting to be released, but rather that the arrow was already flying and they were just waiting to see if it would hit. What does your brother do? Feng Xianjun suddenly asked. He does many things. You're not thinking what's wrong is wrong and treating him as the original Yiqiu, right? That loophole is too big, Yiziu said. There's no need for that. I just wanted to confirm that you were the only one playing in the matches. Definitely. Yiziu nodded his head. Feng Xianjun's concern was identical to Tao Xuan's. Now that this issue came up, Tao Xuan let out a sigh of relief. He knew that the Alliance's test had been passed. How do you plan on explaining this issue? Feng Xianjun looked around the room. Pseudonym, name change, anything works. Tao Xuan relaxed. After all, this matter violated this alliance's rules, so the alliance's attitude towards this matter was extremely important. As long as the alliance was willing to cover it up, any reason would work. Feng Xianjun kept silent. He got up, walked around the room, and mumbled, "What was I here for originally?" Then he left the room along with the two attendants. In the end, Feng Xianjun didn't give a precise statement. Tao Xuan's heart rate immediately rose again. He understood that the alliance's stance on this issue was still blurry. Their final stance would depend on how they handled it. The alliance wasn't going to be their errand boy. They could only provide the appropriate support to whatever excellent era did. If this issue exploded into a huge mess and couldn't be covered, the alliance would certainly come out with a devotion to righteousness, giving a fair and impartial judgment. Yiqiu is your online name. Your real name is Yiziu, Tao Xuan suddenly said. Yiziu understood the implications and nodded his head with a smile. "We're leaving." Tao Xuan called out to Kui Li glanced at Chang Xian with unease. He chased after Tao Xuan and whispered to him his worry. Tao Xuan turned his head fiercely and glared at Chang Xian. Then he glanced at Yiziu. Yiziu wasn't stupid. If he was willing to let this reporter listen, then this reporter was most likely trustworthy. Thinking of this point, Tao Xuan didn't say anything and turned around to leave. When he left, he suddenly thought of Feng Xianjun unexpectedly coming over to Happy himself. He probably hadn't come to give the team a warm welcome. Team Happy was able to get the Alliance's chairman to personally give a greeting. Tao Xuan suddenly became uneasy again. He wasn't able to get a good sleep that night. Room 722. After everyone left, apart from looking at one another, no one knew what to say. This entire thing was caused by Yiziu, but in the end, the one to wipe his butt wasn't just excellent era, but the alliance too. It felt like it had nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but show admiration for Yiziu. The few from Happy felt very moved. When they looked at Chang Xian, they saw that he was still standing dumbstruck by the door. "Little Chang, you better not treat this as interview material and leak it out," Chen Guo said to Chang Xian in a normal voice. Usually, whenever Chang Xian visited Happy, if he saw anything fun, embarrassing, humiliating, he would say, "I'm going to talk about this." It soon became his catchphrase. However, none of the things he reported ever appeared on the papers. He obviously knew about Happy's current fame. Details about their daily lives couldn't be considered news material. However, this time's information was more than ferocious enough. Chang Xian was certain that if he wrote a piece on it, he would be able to make the headlines on the weekly paper. Headlines. For a small reporter like Chang Xian, if he could get his manuscript passed and onto a tofu-sized block on the paper, that was already enough to make him happy for many days. A chance to make the headlines was in front of his eyes. Chen Guo only told him gently not to report it. This wasn't Chen Guo not understanding the severity of the situation, but rather her trust in Chang Xian. She didn't put her guard against him as if he were an outsider. Chang Xian had originally been conflicted on what to do. Chen Guo's trust in him only added fuel to the fire. Exposing the truth should be the goal of a reporter, but if he revealed the truth, he would feel too evil. Chen Guo expressed her trust in him. If he turned his back and spilled it, Chang Xian would feel too guilty. "Don't worry, I won't talk about it." Chang Xian finally made his decision. While this decision made him feel relieved, he couldn't help but feel regret at letting go of such a huge opportunity. Feelings of regret and annoyance continued to poke at him. Really, neither going left nor going right feels good. Chang Xian wanted to find somewhere with no one around and yell loudly. That would feel great. Just when he was about to leave, Yiziu suddenly laughed. "That type of report isn't too meaningful. Even if you wrote about it, you might not get praised for it. In fact, your choice to follow us was very wise. There will be many more things worthy of being written in the future." I understand." Chang Xian replied with surprise. He understood Yiziu's meaning. Team Happy beating Team Excellent Era and entering the alliance was obviously much more interesting. Chang Xian looked forward to it too, but it wasn't too much. How could it be so easy for a newly formed team to beat Team Excellent Era? But Yiziu expressed his confidence in what everyone thought was impossible. It was as if this conclusion was set in stone. Others might feel that he was overestimating himself and would laugh and jeer at him. However, Chang Xian felt like while this possibility was small, it wasn't zero. In competition, there was never such a thing as a guaranteed win. Every powerhouse had been toppled by weak opponents before. Why couldn't that happen to Team Happy and Team Excellent Era? Go to bed early. Yiziu smiled. Chang Xian nodded his head and left. Chen Guo didn't plan on sleeping yet. She first recalled with delight how scared Excellent Era and the Alliance chairman had been frightened. Then she began thinking about how Excellent Era and the Alliance would handle this issue. In the end, she was worried about what would happen if it wasn't handled well. Wouldn't that be a disaster? You're thinking too much. You probably won't get any information on it in a short amount of time. Whether it's Excellent Era or the Alliance, they can't just suddenly jump out and start talking about Yiziu. Trying to force the issue would only make it worse. In order to cover it up, they have to wait for it to get revealed. Whether this reveal is natural or planned doesn't matter. I reckon that they'll plan it themselves. That way it'll be more controlled. Especially after seeing Old Feng's stance, I think Tao Xuan would rather be more proactive. Oh. Chen Guo listened to Yiziu's analysis and felt more confident. Only then did she pull Tang Ru away to go to sleep. On the afternoon of the second day, the 20 participating Challenger League teams had all gathered together. The Alliance had arranged a reception for all of the players. There was a slight adjustment in the schedule. Instead of Monday, the offline matches would start on Tuesday. When the esports home paper on Monday came out, besides the highlight matches of the league, there was an eye-catching section of a topic unrelated to the league. Yiziu. Chen Guo bought that day's newspaper. She rushed over to Yiziu's room and handed it over to Yiziu to look. Oh, they've started. Yiziu was calm. He checked and saw that an Excellent Era player found in astonishment that the Team Happy player behind Lord Grimm, Yiziu, was actually their former team captain, Yiqiu. In view of the past, when looking at the past, there were many questions towards Yiqiu and Yiziu. Fortunately, this reporter didn't directly point out that Yiqiu was a fake name. The reporter discussed about why Yiziu would change names. Then, the reporter collected material from the Alliance and Excellent Era. This dual identity of Yiqiu and Yiziu was actually legal. Why did he do that? The article switched topics, pushing the issue into this direction. Yiziu looked and didn't doubt that this was Excellent Era's writing because afterwards, the reporter analyzed whether Yiqiu was worried that his new team would encounter a lot of pressure from his fans, so he changed his name to Yiziu, and so on. Excellent Era knew that Yiziu would jump out and explain the true reason, so they used this opportunity to splash a bit of black paint onto him. They successfully seized this opportunity. The fans were in an uproar not about the issue of Yiqiu and Yiziu. But that Team Happy really had been created by Yiqiu. Sure enough, he really planned on destroying Excellent Era and even put on a fake name. It was too despicable and shameless. The King's Avatar Chapter 965, Excellent Era has no shame. When Chen Guo heard what Yiziu had said, she immediately tore the newspaper into pieces. How should we counter that? Chen Guo asked Yiziu lividly. Beat them, Yiziu said. What else? Chen Guo asked. Isn't that enough? Yiziu was astonished. That's a must, sure, but what about right now? How should we strike back? Chen Guo asked. We don't really need to. Yiziu's expression seemed as if he feared more trouble. Do you have a future? Why are you always taking the blame? You're being smeared to SHT, Chen Guo yelled. Too vulgar. Wei Chen watched with disdain while he laughed hysterically. Stop laughing, Chen Guo glared. She wasn't in the mood to joke around. She was actually angry. Wei Chen hurriedly refrained himself from laughing and seriously analyzed the situation. It's not that easy to strike back on this matter. We can't actually tell the truth, right? This was something Excellent Era chose to do. I'm so angry. Chen Guo looked around as if she was searching for something to smash. However, they would need to pay for things they break at a hotel, so Chen Guo couldn't find anything suitable to throw around. In the end, Yi Ziu stuffed a pillow into her hands. Chen Guo received the pillow without throwing it. She merely held it while being lost in thought. Don't be angry. We have a competition tomorrow, so let's just leave these matters to them. Don't be distracted. Yi Ziu consoled for the first time. We must beat Excellent Era, Chen Guo said. Of course, of course. Yi Ziu agreed. Chen Guo left. After hearing Yi Ziu's analysis, she knew what sort of storm Excellent Era's manipulation would bring up. Chen Guo also knew that whatever stays unseen remains clean, but she couldn't help but to care about the matter. But after taking a look online, she deeply regretted why she couldn't control herself. Last time Excellent Era revealed the fact that Team Happy was recruited by Yiqiu, the fans got worked up. They even went to besiege Happy Internet Cafe in order to protest. However, Excellent Era and their fans' face were brightly slapped from the esports home paper. Now, Excellent Era finally found a chance to return the new and old grudge, and had a reasonable explanation for the unfinished matter last time. See, we weren't in the wrong. This guy changed his name, so he managed to slip through it. As a result, it seemed as if using the name Yi Ziu was to avoid responsibility. This was why the reaction from Excellent Era's fans was even fiercer than last time. A lot of fans even expressed having complete heartbreak, and that they would change from fans to haters. Chen Guo was annoyed. She explicitly organized what information she knew about the situation and posted on the forums. She hoped that the fans would reflect on it objectively and logically. The reaction from the post was quite fierce, and there were countless replies. When Chen Guo looked through them, she nearly died from anger. Though there were some who believed her words, the majority of the players were mocking her. Chen Guo thought what she wrote was reasonable, but those people picked some quotes out to mix up truths with lies. Chen Guo tried to speak up and argue, but after disputing for several pages, Chen Guo received a nickname, Q's dog. Chen Guo wasn't sure if it was someone from Excellent Era, since they deliberately twisted black and white after seeing the truth. She didn't want to give up, so she continued to debate according to the facts. After several pages, Chen Guo upgraded. She was no longer Q's dog. Someone gave her a new nickname, Ultra Villain. Chen Guo finally gave up. On Tuesday 4/23, the offline tournament finally began. There weren't any opening ceremonies. The league's chairman Feng Xianjun personally came and announced the start of the tournament. There were 4 groups of 5 teams. 2 pairs of teams went against each other, so there would always be a team without an opponent. Apart from pro teams, the majority of the players didn't have experience on stage, so even if that team wasn't required to come, they would still like to witness the stadium atmosphere. Team Happy managed to pick an empty slot on the first round, but they still came. The biggest difference between the stage now and on match day was naturally the crowd. For many, being watched so attentively by so many people made everything feel unnatural. As a result, this was something the newbies had to learn to adapt to. For Team Happy, it was obvious that people like Yi Ziu wouldn't have such obstacles. As for the newbies, Yi Ziu felt that it wouldn't be much of a problem for Tang Ru and Steamed Bun. So the ones who needed to adapt were the remaining members. Despite being a participating team, they couldn't just go on stage to look around since they had no opponent this round. Happy could only sit in the dedicated seats for the contestants on the side and enjoy the match like a crowd member. The stadium didn't have too many people, but there were teams like Excellent Era who were competing, so the number of seats occupied was already much better than the years before. The Alliance had considered making an exception by setting the Challenger League in City H, so there would be a good box office. However, on second thought, it meant that they were making it a home ground for Excellent Era. They would be siding with Excellent Era too much, so they could only drop the idea. However, Excellent Era was a powerhouse, so they had fans supporting them all over the country, let alone those fanatical fans who would pursue their teams everywhere to watch their matches and activities. Many fans in the crowd held up banners and placards in support of Excellent Era. Other teams could only take part in admiring and envying. They weren't on the same level, so they wouldn't fantasize about those treatments. The 8 matches began at the same time, but they didn't finish at the same time. Excellent Era, who was the strongest team here, undoubtedly finished the quickest. Simply put, it was instant destruction for the other team. As for the other 7 matches, some were even tangled up in the individual competition still, while Excellent Era had a complete victory of 10-0. The difference in strength was fairly great. When the pro players of Excellent Era went off stage, they weren't really proud or arrogant. The team that lost also wasn't dispirited or crestfallen. It was as if all of this should happen. What losers! Chen Yu just had to look down contemptfully at such attitudes. The ones that Team Happy cared about most had to be the 2 matches within their group. The 2 matches form Group B. Team Trader versus Team 10 Steps 1 Kill. Team Mysterious Fantasy versus Team Cloudview Pavilion. Teams that could make it to the offline matches had to be fairly strong. They were worthy of being watched. Every year, quite a few pro teams would pick out players that made it this far and would immediately sign them as pro players. There were active players that entered the pro scene with this as the springboard. The most well-known players had to be Li Xuan of Team Void and Fang Rui of Team Wind Howl. Those 2 were discovered at the Challenger League, and they were now all stars. They were constantly used to advertise Challenger League. Yiziu had the same intentions. He paid attention to every match in the competition. Compared to the victories and losses, he cared more about every player's performance. However, until now, there wasn't anyone who could make his eyes light up. Even if they were especially outstanding, Yiziu didn't dare to have high hopes. It was unknown how many teams were sitting in the crowd searching for potential stars. It took over an hour for the 8 matches on the first day to completely finish. After the matches in Group B, Team Mysterious Fantasy gained 9 points and was ranked first. Team 10 Steps 1 Kill was ranked second with 7 points. Team Trader was ranked third with 3 points, and Team Cloudview Pavilion fourth with 1 point. After watching, Yiziu had a clearer idea of the strength of the 4 teams. Team Mysterious Fantasy was a pro team, so their strength was obviously stronger. However, they were only strong to a certain point. They weren't able to get a clean set of 10 points like Excellent Era. Instead, they had lost a point in the individual competition. The second round would take place Friday night. In this round, Team Cloudview Pavilion of Group B would be vacant. Team Happy would go against Team 10 Steps 1 Kill, while Team Mysterious Fantasy would go against Team Trader. In the few days before their match, there was no peace at all. There was a huge wave of controversy over Yiziu and the esports home. This wave had nothing to do with the matter of Yiziu's identity, which everyone had been worried about earlier. No one had any suspicions about this matter. What people cared about was that God Yiqiu was clashing with Excellent Era in Challengers League. The fans weren't able to understand, while other people merely watched for fun. As a result, it was extremely heated. As for Happy, they immediately received many requests for an interview from media all over the country. They wished that Happy would make some sort of response towards the matter. The majority of the requests for interviews was ejected. It wasn't until the esports home paper with a page layout Just like last week's, did everyone see an interview with Xiu from Happy? The interview was with Xiu, who was also Qiu, which was something very rare to see. However, no one really cared about this fact at this point. In this interview, everyone was able to see Xiu's response towards the heated question. I created a team to join the Challenger League. Excellent Era also joined because they were eliminated, so we happened to meet. That's all. So you're saying that you were already preparing to create a team before Excellent Era was eliminated? The journalist asked. That's right. After I left Excellent Era, I picked up my current character in the newly opened 10th server. I met some companions along the way, so we decided to create a team. Judging from what you just said, you guys didn't have that ambition at the start, the journalist asked. Yep, everyone was just playing for fun in the beginning. If I had such ambitions, why would I retire? What was it that caused you to make such a big resolution in the end? From what I know so far, your team was formed in an internet cafe across street from Excellent Era. There was even a lot of unpleasant disagreements with Excellent Era fans at the time. The journalist mentioned. That's because I later found out that the people in my team had a lot of potential. They definitely had the skill, so they should have the opportunity to perform on a better stage. That's why I decided to give it my all in the Challenger League. Then why are you targeting Excellent Era in particular? Some people think that it's your way to promote the hype, the journalist asked. Of course we need to target Excellent Era. This is because Excellent Era is undoubtedly the strongest opponent in the Challengers League. By targeting Excellent Era, we can show our ambition. But you were once a core member of Excellent Era. Now you have to compete with Excellent Era in the Challengers League to get the one and only spot. How do you feel about it? The journalist asked. Do all I can to beat them. This is my respect towards glory. Have you ever thought that doing this would hurt a lot of people? The journalist asked. This is not something I can decide. This is the nature of competition. There can one champion. Then what about the champion of this season's Challenger League? The journalist asked. I would like to say that it's going to be Happy, but wouldn't that seem disrespectful towards our opponents? Let's wait and see. But you still said it. This remark came from Chang Xian, the interviewer of the King's Avatar Chapter 966, owing to Excellent Era's leadership. Why did Qiu change his name to Yiziu? Although this question wasn't asked, it already wasn't the main point of the interview. During the whole interview, she couldn't help but wish that she would hear simple answers like Excellent Era is a piece of SHT, this senior is going to destroy it. Except, Chen Guo also knew that everything Yiziu said was true. Revenge. In reality, this was just something Chen Guo thought of every day. Yiziu had never revealed such thoughts. He only wanted to defeat Excellent Era because the two sides had encountered one another in the Challenger League, and only one could survive in the end. It was that simple. It was a pity that saying this truth in an interview sounded like empty and polite words anyone would say in the situation. When the Friday news report came out, Chen Guo immediately went online to search. Sure enough, people were mocking Yiziu's hypocrisy and false politeness. However, Chen Guo had learned her lesson from last time. This time, she didn't dare go to fight with those guys again. Returning to the team, she also didn't dare tell them the news, afraid that it would affect everyone's moods for the match that evening. She could only smother her anger and endure. 8 o'clock, the second round of the offline portion of the Challenger League began. Team Happy's opponent was Team 10 Steps 1 Kill. Through the first round of the competition, they had gathered some information about 10 Steps 1 Kill. Before the match, Yiziu had created a few targeted plans. A normal player team didn't have the qualifications and balance of a professional team. The strength of the players within these teams often varied greatly. 10 Steps 1 Kill had a total of 7 players, in order to avoid forcing a healer to fight during the individual part of the match. However, their 7th member served more as a placeholder. With his skill level, which was close to that of any regular player, he would have trouble beating even Chen Guo. In addition, among the remaining 3 players, there were 3 that were clearly at a level far above the others. In the past, the tactics employed by 10 Steps 1 Kill relied heavily on these 3 winning in the group arena, earning 2 points. During the team competition, these 3 would also lead, usually being able to win and get the 5 points. As for the individual competition, they would let the other 3 non-healers fight. If one of them managed to earn a point, well, a point was a point. From the previous round, it was obvious that this kind of arrangement had already become habit for them. During the individual competition, the 3 weakest members didn't earn a single point between them. This kind of opening would usually mean very low morale. However, because the players in 10 Steps 1 Kill were all very used to this kind of situation, they weren't affected one bit during the group arena, having 3 experts who could steadily take 2 points. Only, during the later team competition, Team Trader displayed a much more harmonious team strength and coordination. 10 Steps 1 Kill finally lost a team competition, only obtaining 2 points against the other's team's 8 points in round 1. The group placements were determined through total accumulated points. Every point could potentially affect a team's final standing, and so every point should be fiercely fought for. Team 10 Steps 1 Kill, using their present arrangement, was left in a helpless situation. On Happy's side, if speaking about individual strength, there were also large disparities. However, at least every member was above the level of a normal player. Outside of Chen Guo, no one was merely serving as a placeholder. Thus, they didn't have to use this kind of sacrificial strategy. They would vigorously strive for every point. However, outside of fighting for points, Yiziu also hoped to let every player, especially the newcomers, experience the atmosphere of an official match. Therefore, in the space for the final individual round, Yiziu wrote in Luo Ji's name. By this point, Luo Ji had played Glory for more than a year already. Having trained under the guidance of Yiziu, he had also greatly improved his skill. At his current level, beating Chen Guo wouldn't be a problem. This made Chen Guo feel both gratified and depressed. After all, she was also a veteran player of Glory. In the end, she had still helplessly watched as Tang Ru steamed Bun, Luo Ji. One by one, all these new players that had started from scratch quickly left her behind in a cloud of dust. Chen Guo couldn't just not accept this. Happy's various training methods, she had obviously tried them all herself. While she had indeed gotten better, she was still far behind these new players who had improved like lightning. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun were both extremely gifted from the start. With only on their hands speed, both had already been at a higher level than Chen Guo, so she didn't feel too strongly. However, Luo Ji had truly started from nothing, steadily improving until Chen Guo was far behind him. Throughout this entire process, every minute, every second, Chen Guo had vividly felt it all. She really was a bit envious of these guys' youth, of them having so much room to improve, whereas she was entirely lacking. This she knew well now after receiving so much high-level training. She knew exactly what her limits were now. It was like that whack-a-mole game Yiziu had given her. At a certain level, no matter how hard she tried, she wouldn't be able to pass. Therefore, after reaching the offline tournament, Chen Guo never again made a fuss about going on stage to play around. She knew that her days as a player had since passed. Here was the stage, and it belonged to the ones who truly had the ability to stand atop it. The individual competition would be fought by Wei Chen, Luo Ji, and Tang Ru. The group arena consisted of Steamed Bun, Kaio Yifan, and Yiziu himself. In the team competition, Tang Ru, Luo Ji, Kaio Yifan, Yiziu, and Enwenyi would fight, with Wei Chen as the substitute. Young people really had so many opportunities. Except one guy. Although Mo Fan had come together with them, he still maintained a completely indifferent attitude. As a result, Xiu continued his old method of ignoring the guy. During the match that night, when their opponent's first player went on stage, Xiu was dumbstruck. Team 10 Steps 1 Kill, which had always given up the individual rounds in the past, had actually sent out one of their 3 experts this time. What? They changed their strategy. Xiu scratched his head. The player from Team 10 Steps 1 Kill appeared very confident in this tactical move, taking sure and measured steps onto the stage. Seeing that Happy had sent out a raggedly old coot, one who had only tossed his cigarette after being berated by the referee, he silently laughed harder. Wei Chen, this name really did sound ancient. Although the online newspapers had given him an introduction once before, they had only mentioned him in once. There hadn't been any buzz at all. After all, there were very few people who would watch the Challenger League that closely. Soon afterwards, both sides took a seat and loaded their characters from their account cards. The player from 10 Steps 1 Kill took a look at this Windward Formation's equipment. Silver letters, no description available. Silver letters, no description available. Silver letters, no description available. The player from 10 Steps 1 Kill moved his mouse quickly, seeing that there was indeed only a silver name for each piece of equipment. Silver equipment. 8. The player felt numb. He really wanted to kneel. 8 pieces of silver equipment. What level was this character at? At the same time, the stadium was in uproar. By watching from this player's viewpoint, everyone was able to see that Windward Formation had actually been equipped with 8 pieces of silver equipment. The commotion didn't just come from the spectators. The competitors were in uproar as well, including those from Excellent Era. A character with 8 pieces of silver equipment wouldn't be considered weak even in the alliance. The first match quickly began. 10 Steps 1 Kill's player was already entertaining thoughts of directly kneeling in surrender. The battle came to an end without suspense, with Wei Chen seizing the point. Afterwards, as Wei Chen walked off the stage in an exceedingly lofty manner, he turned to the audience and waved, drawing a lot of boos from the crowd. A majority of those who came to watch would be fans of Excellent Era, and in the eyes of Excellent Era's fans, Happy could only be called demonic. How about it? Seeing me suddenly come out with 8 pieces of silver equipment, I bet the opponent directly wet his pants in fear, right? Returning to the players' preparation area, Wei Chen continued to brag. Amazing, Xiu said half-heartedly. At this moment, the second pair of fighters had already begun to walk on stage. 10 Steps 1 Kill had sent out another of their 3 great experts against Happy's Luo Jai. Although this expert's level was a bit higher than Luo Jai's, he had clearly been affected by last round's conclusion. He looked a bit panicked. On the other hand, Luo Jai's concealed light was equipped with 2 pieces of silver equipment. This, along with a full set of orange equipment, including the orange tiger seal, gave him a stunning aura. The opponent was nearly trembling with fear. Yet he quickly gained the upper hand, because in reality Luo Jai was even more nervous than he was. This kind of competition stage was completely new to Luo Jai. He was so nervous that his entire body was stiff, from his fingers to his facial expression. His mechanics were a mess. He made mistakes everywhere. His movements were choppy and not at all fluid. His opponent had practically no difficulty at all in annihilating him. Victory. This match had been won far too easily. The player from 10 Steps 1 Kill couldn't believe it, stepping off stage with a blank look on his face. Luo Jai also had an upset expression. Although, as a high-IQ math major, he was well aware of why he had lost, it was unlikely that this one defeat would destroy his confidence. After all, Luo Jai had grown together with Team Happy. When the team members compared notes with one another in the arena, even Chen Guo had been able to suppress him easily in the beginning. To think that Luo Jai would be affected by one loss was completely unfair. who knew how many times he had lost in the past year. How was it? It's quite different from normally fighting online, isn't it? Xiu smiled. It's really very different. Luo Jai sighed regretfully. For a second there, I even forgot where I was. It's good that you're getting used to it. Xiu didn't say more. He let Luo Jai go on stage in order to help him adapt to this kind of atmosphere. Losing points because of this was to be expected. After Luo Jai, Tang Ru was up. 10 steps 1 kill sent out their third expert. After a crushing defeat and a decisive victory, it was obvious that this player was at a complete loss. However, seeing Soft Mist's name, immediately his mentality was shaken. Soft Mist was currently Happy's most famous character after Lord Grimm. Pretty much everyone knew that this person was a very powerful expert. The match proved this point. In the third round, although the fight wasn't entirely one-sided, Tang Ru still won directly and efficiently, not giving her opponent the least bit of hope. And so, the other side's 3 great experts had only obtained 1 point in total. These last-minute tactics appeared as if they hadn't helped at all. Yet in the later group arena, there would be no suspense about who would come out to fight. 10 steps 1 kill only had 7 people total, so it could only be 2 weaklings and a placeholder. From Team Happy, Steamed Bun was the first to go up, completing a magnificent 1v3. As he came off stage, he brandished his arm, showing off his biceps. Do you see this? Study this point well. After coming down, Steamed Bun actually had an excuse to lecture his little brother Luo Jai. The team competition afterwards ended with even less suspense. With Xiu personally watching over, a win was basically guaranteed, so it was more about hoping everyone could adapt to the competitive atmosphere. This match was also the debut of Wenyi, who appeared completely unflustered and performed steadily. Even Luo Jai, who had been helpless during the individual match, returned to his normal self under the support of his team members. In the team competition, they won another 5 points. From back near the beginning of the story when Tang Ru and Xiu fought for the first time with King's Avatar Chapter 967, even when Team Happy concluded their match, they had no idea that the other match in their group had finished even faster. This round, Team Mysterious Fantasy had taken their turn not fighting. The other matchup had been between Team Trader and Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion. Team Trader's strength wasn't bad at all. After beating 10 steps 1 kill 8-2 in the last round, they acted even more boldly this round, cleanly slaughtering Cloud Viewing Pavilion 10-0. Up until now, 2 rounds had been completed. Surprisingly, Team Trader led the standings in Group B with 18 points, well above the other teams. Both Happy and Mysterious Fantasy had amassed 9 points and were tied for second. However, compared to Team Trader, these 2 teams had competed in 1 less match. As for 10 steps 1 kill and Cloud Viewing Pavilion, both these teams were very pitiful. After 2 rounds, one of them had 3 points, the other had 1. Their futures looked very dim. The other groups all finished at around the same time. In Group A, Team Jade Dynasty, the so-called king of the revival tournament, was proving that their strength really wasn't the same year after year. After 2 rounds, although they had taken the lead with 14 points, they didn't show any of the strength that a pro team should have. The future of Group A wasn't obvious at all. In the other half of the tournament, because Group C didn't have any pro players, they received the least attention. However, in reality, this group's matches were the most interesting to watch. Because all of the teams had a similar level of strength, the fights between them were very intense. The rankings were very close, and even more chaotic than what could be seen in Group A. As for Group D, Excellent Era's overwhelming strength couldn't be measured through points alone. For them, getting 10 points was no trouble at all. Their strength was better reflected in how much time they took to finish each round. For the past 2 rounds, they had concluded in 20 minutes or less. Thus, in the next issue of Esports Home, in the headline for the least suspenseful Challenger League in history, the writers reported on the overpowering dominance exhibited by Excellent Era. As for the circumstances in the other groups, after the two journalists offhandedly mentioned the results, they silently lamented, "Do we really need to pay attention to this stuff?" These two had attached themselves to Excellent Era's legs, sparing no efforts in trying to climb up. The article was filled with flattering statements. Cao Guangcheng, on the other hand, using the resources and connections he had amassed after years as Excellent Era's team reporter, he had been allowed to write a special column on the Challenger League to discuss Excellent Era. Cao Guangcheng's commentary was far more leisurely than those other two. He certainly disdained those two's method of yelling compliments until they were hoarse. With Excellent Era's strength and status, wasn't this kind of performance in the Challenger League expected? With you two yelling and making a big fuss like this, people who didn't know better would think it was some kind of fresh news. Are you guys writing satire or slapping faces or what? The main focus of Cao Guangcheng's commentary wasn't Excellent Era's victories at all. After years of reporting about the Glory Pro scene, Cao Guangcheng had gained quite a bit of knowledge about Glory as well. In the special column, he focused on analyzing the matches in order to let the readers know that this was how Excellent Era had always been. Even when giving examples of Excellent Era's strength, there was no way he would use the teams in the Challenger League for comparison. Rather, he would directly use one of the powerhouse teams in the Pro Alliance as a reference. This season, Excellent Era was in fact one of the teams that had made major changes during the summer. It was unfortunate that they had sunk into the Challenger League, and as a result didn't have that kind of specialized reporting on their tactics. Only now, after they had reached the offline portion of the Challenger League, did they have specialized reporting. The new Excellent Era's tactics were only beginning to emerge before the eyes of the masses. Consequently, Cao Guangcheng's special column received positive reviews for 2 issues in a row. However, Cao Guangcheng himself didn't feel proud at all. During these 2 issues, he was far more concerned with the news regarding Yiqiu's name change to Yiziu. Cao Guangcheng had always thought that within the reporter circle, he was the one who was closest to Excellent Era, and thus the mysterious character that was Yiqiu. However, this time he discovered that in these 2 recent reports, both had nothing to do with him at all. In the first report, Cao Guangcheng could easily see that Excellent Era was using this event to create pressure on Happy through the mouths of the media. This kind of matter, Cao Guangcheng had long become accustomed to. The thing that made him depressed was the fact that this information had been put in the hands of those 2 idiots. Through what means had those 2 obtained this information? There weren't many people who could recognize Yiqiu. If Excellent Era had been the first to discover this information, why had they gone to some other reporter instead of him? However, in comparison to the first article, the second article, which had been Happy's response to this topic, had made Cao Guangcheng even more depressed. Yiziu, who was also Yiqiu, had actually personally accepted an interview. However, in the past seasons, God Yiqiu hadn't been less talked about than he was now. When had he ever cooperated with the media to respond like this? Why had he broken his own rule now? Furthermore, why did this have to help that kid Chang Xian? Cao Guangcheng could in fact be considered a pretty good senior, always giving Chang Xian plenty of opportunities in the past. Except that day, Chang Xian locked him outside the door, making sole use of all the juicy information in the room. Afterwards, when Cao Guangcheng had asked about it, he had directly brushed it off and replied, nothing. Just afterwards, this guy had actually gone and got an interview with Yiqiu. This punk. Seeing this issue of Esports Home with Chang Xian's name, Cao Guangcheng could only grind his teeth. In this issue, Chang Xian had also provided commentary on Happy's first public match. Chang Xian's didn't have Cao Guangcheng's knowledge or his insider information about glory, but how could Happy not have things to talk about? A warlock with 8 pieces of silver equipment, a beautiful battle mage player, a former member of the championship team Tiny Herb, and the 2 other members who hadn't appeared on stage this round. One was the infamous Deception, the guy who had made countless players in the heavenly domain gnash their teeth in anger, and had also caused headaches for many teams. This guy, who ignored all the suffering he had caused, had unexpectedly joined Team Happy as well. As for the other member, he was even more well-known. Sun Jiping, this former god, who was a senior to all 3 of Excellent Era's current All-Stars, had also surprisingly appeared on Team Happy's roster. Flipping through the information on the Challenger League, it was possible to confirm that Happy previously didn't have this member. However, when the offline tournament arrived, the team couldn't hide this person any longer, and suddenly a god had appeared out of nowhere. Just how many experts was Happy hiding? Even Cao Guangcheng had no choice but to admit that while the Challenger League was in session, Happy was an even more eye-catching topic than Excellent Era. Excellent Era's current popularity came mostly from their original fans, who strongly supported and paid close attention to the team. Happy, on the other hand, used their fresh appeal to steal away the attention of the more neutral fans. The 3rd round of the offline tournament was set to begin the next day. In Group B, Team Mysterious Fantasy would be fighting Team 10 Steps 1 Kill, while Team Happy would face Team Trader. Team Cloud Pavilion would sit this one out. During the matches against the non-professional teams 10 Steps 1 Kill and Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion, Team Trader had collected 18 points, exhibiting the strength similar to that of a pro team. In reality, this team wasn't really strong enough to be compared to a pro team. Their miraculous performance had been entirely caused by their mentality. Group B had Mysterious Fantasy and Happy, and so it was publicly recognized as the Death Group. With these 2 teams locking in the spots at the playoffs, the other teams appeared as if they had become cannon fodder without any opportunities. After that day when the lots had been drawn, the 3 teams that had drawn Group B had been in low moods, mourning as if they were attending a funeral. However, after this, Team Trader had proactively adjusted their attitude. Even in this death group, even faced with unshakable opponents, they still weren't willing to give up. In the first 2 rounds, they had faced the other 2 cannon fodder teams. Team Trader had displayed a far more energetic and proactive style than the other 2 teams. In comparison, Team 10 Steps 1 Kill had employed their usual defensive strategy, looking as if they hadn't used their brains. With Group B's circumstances, if they had made any attempt to think at all, the 3 should have done their best to completely crush the other 2 cannon fodder teams. Afterwards, facing Mysterious Fantasy and Happy, they could use a defensive strategy to accumulate as many points as possible. Only by observing the Tigers fight could they potentially gain an opportunity. A team like 10 Steps 1 Kill, which couldn't understand the current circumstances, would only thoroughly become cannon fodder in the end. In contrast, the energetic and active Team Trader had already pinned down the situation after 2 rounds. The next step would be to steal points from the 2 more powerful teams, and afterwards watch the 2 fight. Having such a good opportunity in front of them, Team Trader's players were in an outstanding mood. In fighting against Team Happy, a few of their completely unknown members shone. They actually managed to suppress Happy 7 points to 3. The entire competition had many twists and turns that day. In the 8 matches that took place that day, this match was the last that took place. However, none of the previous teams had left. All of them had been attracted to this fierce battle. The final team competition had lasted a full 30 minutes. When the result finally came out, Trader's 6 participants went crazy, rushing off the stage in a group hug with their 7th member. Like 10 Steps 1 Kill, Trader also had 7 players. However, their 7th player was definitely not a placeholder, also possessing quite a bit of strength. The final victory had caused the 7 to laugh happily as a group. What they had accomplished, gaining 7 points from Team Happy, made them absolutely ecstatic. The other competition in Group B had long since concluded, with Mysterious Fantasy winning 10-0 against 10 Steps 1 Kill. This gave them a small chance. After 3 rounds, Team Trader had amassed 25 points. After 2 consecutive rounds at the top of the death group, their morale surged. Mysterious Fantasy had obtained 19 points, in line with what was expected from a professional team. On the other hand, Happy, which had previously been considered a powerful team as well, had only taken 12 points. This kind of result unexpectedly led to celebration among the crowd. Team Happy had never had a good reputation to begin with, especially in places where lots of excellent era fans were gathered. They had been hoping for Happy's boat to capsize for so long, yet round after round in the online matches, their faces had been slapped. Now in these extremely important offline matches, Happy was met with unexpected failure. This made them even happier than Excellent Era's heroic 10-point wins. The entire stadium was filled with sounds of heckling and jeering laughter. Happy walked off the stage with their heads hung low. Chen Guo, seeing Xiu next to her, felt extremely conflicted. For the team competition, Xiu had actually not arranged for himself to go on stage. Chen Guo thought this was very unusual. In the end, her premonitions were right, no matter how much she wished they weren't. Happy had lost the team round, throwing away not a small number of points. How would Xiu feel at this moment? Would he also regret not going on stage himself? Would he blame himself? Seeing everyone come down, Chen Guo directly went to offer greetings, giving everyone encouragement. Everyone fought very well. Can you not talk nonsense? Xiu's voice came from behind. If they had played well, they wouldn't have lost. Chen Guo swiveled her head around, quite angry. At times like this, how could this guy continue being this straightforward? As she turned around, she saw that Xiu was completely ignoring the stadium's rules about no smoking. He lit a cigarette, giving it to Wei Chen, who had just come down. Not bad, eh? It's really fucking exhausting. Wei Chen took the offered cigarette and brought it to his mouth, collapsing sideways into one of the seats. The King's Avatar, Chapter 968, Wei Chen sat paralyzed at his seat. He stretched his neck and sucked in a deep breath of air. He took his cigarette and adeptly flicked cigarette ash to the side. A puff of cigarette smoke rolled out from between his fingers. Wei Chen looked at his slightly trembling hands. He stared blankly for a bit before forcing out a smile. Refusing to give in to old age really doesn't work. Calling yourself old at 31 years old sounded like a joke, but in the pro scene, this truly was a grandpa's age. Up until now, no one this old had ever appeared before in the pro scene. Look at that guy. Wei Chen pointed. Xiu followed his finger and saw the unwilling face on Steamed Bun, who had just gone down from the stage. However, Steamed Bun wasn't the type of person to get angry. He was talking with Luo Jai about the round he just played in. He was a real person acting like a brawler in real life. He gestured with his arms and legs like a lively dragon and animated tiger. In contrast, even though he wasn't as exhausted as Wei Chen, a half-hour team competition was truly very tiring. Right afterwards, he needed to listen to Steamed Bun's non-stop chatter. He could almost see stars spinning in the sky at this point. Tang Ru, Kaio Yifan, and Enwenyi were the other 3 that participating in the team competition. They sat down at their seats silently. Their weariness was also obvious. At the same time, none of them were happy with the results. Everyone was brooding over the outcome of the match. They didn't pay any heed to the boos from the crowd, though. "Yo, you're resting," a delighted voice floated over. Everyone turned their heads and saw Sun Xiang excitedly walking over towards Happy. Sun Xiang saw them look his way and immediately clapped. "A brilliant match. Not bad, not bad. But if it's just that, how are we going to meet in the finals? You're really making me worry," Sun Xiang said. Chen Guo was furious. Just when she was about to shoo him away, Sun Zhiping suddenly said, "Who are you?" Sun Xiang was startled. He hadn't seen this person in Happy before, but he had seen the other two who had pretended not recognize him before. Sun Xiang wouldn't fall for the same trap twice. He sneered and asked back, "And who are you?" "Your grandfather," Sun Zhiping replied calmly. FCK. The others on Team Happy had been too tired and too lazy to mind Sun Xiang, but when they heard this response, they felt spirited again and looked at Sun Zhiping with all sorts of reverent gazes. This reply was too powerful and too unexpected. Sure enough, Sun Xiang couldn't hold back his anger. He shouted furiously, "What nonsense are you saying?" "I'm not talking nonsense. Go back home and ask your father. Stop being such an annoying fly in front of me." Sun Zhiping was as calm as ever. You. Sun Xiang said "you" a bunch of times, but he couldn't say anything else. Sun Zhiping ignored him and waved his hands. He called out to everyone, "Let's go back. We're going already. I still want to sit for a while longer. That was so tiring," Wei Chen said, but he had already stood up and was hobbling over to the player passageway. Who knew how he injured his leg? The others followed behind him. The crowd saw Happy leaving and immediately gave their loudest boos. Chen Guo was indignant, but Sun Xiang had helped make her feel better. She waved her hands at the crowd as if those boos were cheers. When they returned to the hotel, they obviously weren't in a good mood. Slapping Sun Xiang a few times wasn't enough to cover up their disappointment from losing. Chen Guo was hoping Yiziu would say something, but Yiziu remained silent. When everyone got back to the hotel, he told everyone to take care like it was a normal day and went back to his room. Seeing the others go back to their room one by one, Chen Guo couldn't help but worry. She chased after Yiziu. In the room, Wei Chen was lying flat on the bed like a corpse. Yiziu had turned on his computer and was browsing internet with much interest. "You're feeling quite good." Chen Guo wasn't happy towards Yiziu's reaction. She felt very dissatisfied. "Don't be so nervous." Yiziu turned his head and smiled. "What do you mean?" Chen Guo asked. "It's very normal for new players to be unstable. After all, our opponents can't be beaten with just a few clicks anymore," Yiziu said. "Then shouldn't you at least say something to them?" Chen Guo said. "Say what?" "Tell them losing is very normal. Don't be discouraged and work harder, you tell me. Do you think anyone in our team needs to hear those kinds of words?" Yiziu said. Chen Guo stared blankly. She felt like Yiziu should be consoling them and encouraging them, but when she heard Yiziu speak, she had second thoughts. Happy, Tang Ru. Losing only made her more spirited. Did she need encouragement? Kaiao Yifan. He had previous experience as a pro player, but he was an invisible person that had never gone on stage. He had experienced these kinds of difficult setbacks before. How could a loss be put in his eyes? Luo Jai, he was the one bullied the most in Team Happy. He knew he was weak. Losing was something he could be considered as skilled at. And he was extremely rational and calm. The feeling of losing was just light appetizer for him. As for steamed bun. Right after losing, he started reviewing the match exuberantly with Luo Jai. How could that be called being struck a blow? As for Wei Chen, he had already started snoring. He was sleeping very soundly. He had probably already forgotten about all the boos from losing. Chen Guo stared blankly. She realized that Yiziu was right. Console, encourage. No one in Team Happy needed that because all of them had their own ways of coping. Losing right now is actually a good thing. Everything had been going very smoothly for us the entire time. Even when we met with Team Everlasting, we beat them in an overwhelming victory. That sounds great, but it will actually hide a lot of problems. You're not thinking our team is already perfect and without flaws, right? Xiu said. Of course not, Yu said. That's why discovering these problems early makes it easier for us to resolve them. It's much better than suddenly finding about these issues when we encounter a truly formidable opponent. Xiu said. Then what's the current problem? Yu asked. From this match, the problem isn't anything new. It's just that new players aren't consistent, Xiu said. His screen already had a recording of the match playing. I won't talk too much about steamed bun. He sometimes goes off the rails. Sometimes that will make things difficult for the opponent, but sometimes it makes it difficult for us. Just like when he got lost against Team Everlasting. This problem will happen once, and it'll keep happening. This comes from his personality, and it won't be easy to fix. In terms of the team, we can only increase our margin of error in our strategies. In terms of the individual, experience would be the best way to resolve this problem. The experience he has towards the same situation, the more options he'll have. Probability-wise, the chances of him going off the rails will be lower. The other thing we can do is pray. Pray that when he goes off the rails, the ones that'll be injured will be the opponents and not us, Xiu said. His screen was playing Steamed Bun's match. In this 3v7 match, Steamed Bun had lost a point in this individual competition. The reason was because of external circumstances. As for the others, their weaknesses were more obvious in the team competition. Little Tang is tenacious and eager to win. The harder the adversity, the better she performs. For a player in the group arena, she couldn't be more suitable. But in a team competition, her explosiveness will sometimes make the team fall apart. This is particularly obvious in this match. Speaking of which, Little Tang really should look at two players as references, Xiu said. Which two? Sun Xiang. That fool. Yu despised him. Sun Xiang is a reference for what not to do, especially in excellent eras matches last season. There were many cases where his individual prowess made the team fall apart. Little Tang should take a look. They're the same class too. She can think about what she can do in those situations to truly be the turning point in a match, Xiu said. Haha, I know, Yu said happily. Then what about the other one? Zhou Zekai, of course. He's also an explosive player, but he can use his explosiveness to lead the team to victory. In terms of actual individual skill, Sun Xiang is no worse than Zhou Zekai, but in terms of his accomplishments in tactics and his ability to read the flow of the match, Zhou Zekai is n times better than Sun Xiang. Little Tang needs to improve in this area, Xiu said. Oh, what about the others? Yu asked. Yifen is the most stable out of all the young ones. But even though he has prior experience as a pro player, he doesn't actually have any official match experience, even more so after he switched to a phantom demon. In a chaotic situation, his thinking isn't clear enough. This hesitation has to do with his mentality. Another part of it is because a pro player who came from learning by the books can't help but match his style with the standard methods. He needs to find his own path as a phantom demon. He studied other pro players more than enough now, Xiu said. Oh, as for Luo Jai, he's still rather weak. When the others go all out, he can't keep up. That can't be forced. We can only wait for him to continue improving. He still has a lot of room to do so. As for Nwenyi, his foundation is quite good. He improved immensely during that period of specialized training. During these 2 months, he's accumulated a lot of high-level experience. His problem is the same as when he first came. His reactions are somewhat slow. However, he's very smart. He's trying to use more precise control of the pace to reduce the impact of this flaw, Xiu said. But this is a match and not a boss. If it's just controlling the pace, that won't work in many sudden situations, no, Yu said. He's also found a solution to this problem. Xiu smiled. What is it? Prediction. He'll try to predict what will happen and respond to that. Relax. As he accumulates experience, he'll become an outstanding cleric. Yiziu said. Okay. As for old Wei, Yiziu turned his head to look at the sleeping corpse. Wei Chen, age is his problem. He can only rely on his own willpower to overcome it. The King's Avatar, Chapter 969, The Age Problem. Chen Guo could understand this problem the easiest because she also had this problem. When she was just playing around for fun, age wouldn't really affect anything. But once she started delving deep into the game, this problem instantly stood out. If you've discovered so many problems, shouldn't you talk to them about it? Chen Guo said. Of course I will. Aren't I currently organizing everything right now? Yiziu said. Chen Guo looked. It turned out that Yiziu was taking clips from today's match. Then he would talk about these problems with everyone. Now she could finally feel at ease. Is there anything I can do to help? Chen Guo asked. Yiziu felt his pockets. He nodded his head and looked at Chen Guo eagerly. Yeah, help me buy a pack of cigarettes. Black lines went down Chen Guo's head. She turned around and left. She originally wanted to directly go back to her room, but before she closed the door, she saw Yiziu working in front of the computer. Her heart softened. In the end, she couldn't steal her heart and ran to buy Yiziu a pack of cigarettes. When she returned, she gently placed into beside his hands and then quietly left. When she returned to the room, Tang Ru still hadn't gone to bed. She was also in front of her computer. Chen Guo walked closer to take a look. Tang Ru was browsing through battle mage-related material such as videos. Chen Guo smiled. Yiziu was right. Their Team Happy members didn't need consolation or encouragement. Everyone was actively working to face their problems. Don't sleep too late. Go to bed early. Chen Guo was originally going to chat a bit with Tang Ru, but seeing how she was focused on studying battle mages, she softly said a few words and didn't bother her anymore. How'd you guys sleep yesterday? Yiziu smiled as he asked everyone. Everyone looked at each other. For a moment, no one said anything. We've been strolling through the Challenger League with ease the entire time. We only considered Excellent Era as our final opponents and overlooked our other opponents. In the last match, we've paid the price for that because with this loss, our current situation in Group B is grim. We must do our best and win points in our following 2 matches. We can't be even the slightest bit careless. Yiziu said. Understood. Everyone nodded their heads. The atmosphere was unexpectedly solemn. It was truly a bit different from the usual atmosphere at Happy. Then let's first review our previous match, Yiziu said. It was just like what Yiziu said. Winning concealed their problems. Losses exposed their problems. When they dominated their first match, Yiziu didn't really review the match much, but this time, the match review took up the entire morning. The team was a whole. Every individual's problem was the team's problem. As teammates, everyone needed to understand each other's characteristics. This included weaknesses and strengths. Only by completely understanding one another could they coordinate well with each other. As a result, Yiziu directly took out every individual's problem and discussed it together with the team. An individual's efforts and the team's help would make solving the problem half the work with twice the results. In the morning, the team analyzed the problems that happened during yesterday's match. In the afternoon, they underwent the usual training. The next day, Yiziu had already put together information on their next opponent, and they began making preparations. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The 4th round would begin Friday night. Group B Team Happy versus Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion, Team Mysterious Fantasy versus Team Trader, Team 10 Steps 1 Kill versus No Team. Team 10 Steps 1 Kill only had 3 points and had already been eliminated early. Today, they didn't even come to the stadium to watch. As for Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion, they had one last hope. This one last hope was originally no different from disappointment, but after seeing Team Trader capsize Team Happy, Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion's spirits were high. They were ready to put their all into this fight. How could Team Happy give their opponents any chance? Like breaking a dead branch from a tree, they crushed Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion. After just half an hour, Team Happy ended today's match. But in this round, Team Happy still lost a point. In this Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion, there was an assassin called Brilliant Move. He was mediocre in every aspect, but he had extremely good mastery over life-risking strike. In the match versus Team Mysterious Fantasy, he had also been the one who won them a point. This Brilliant Move clearly wasn't good in the group arena, so in their confrontation versus Team Happy, he appeared in the individual competition. Xiu had pointed out this person during their preparation stage. But in the individual competition, Tang Ru was still cheesed by him. Tang Ru was incredibly depressed with the result. Tang Ru liked to fight face to face. She didn't like fighting dirty. She had trouble facing players like that. This match reflected another one of her problems. As a result, after this match, Team Happy had 21 points. Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion was eliminated early as well. On the other side, the match between Team Mysterious Fantasy and Team Trader was still underway. Because Team Happy lost quite a few points against Team Trader in the second round, their chances of making it out of groups went down. The outcome of this match was very important for Team Happy. After finishing up with their match, they directly headed over to watch that match. Chen Guo was a spectator, so she could pay attention to both sides. Her expression was not looking good. The match between Team Mysterious Fantasy and Team Trader had already entered the team competition. In the individual competition and group arena, the results were unexpected, 2-3. In the individual competition, Team Trader actually took 3 points from Team Mysterious Fantasy. If they beat Team Mysterious Fantasy in the team competition, they would have 2 upset victories under them, completely displaying their colors as a dark horse. With 8 points, they would be guaranteed to make it out of groups. In the final round with Team Happy versus Team Mysterious Fantasy, one of the teams would be eliminated. But even if Team Mysterious Fantasy won against Team Trader in the team competition, would that make it any easier for Team Happy? Xiu glanced at the player seats. A person caught his eye. He had a little notebook in his hands, and he also looked over at Happy. When he saw Xiu looking at him, he let out a smile. "Hey, great gunner," Xiu greeted. "Haha, I wouldn't dare call myself that." The other side laughed. He turned his head back and continued to watch the match. This person wouldn't go on stage, but in reality, he was the true core of Team Mysterious Fantasy. Zhang Yue. He was a pro player who joined the Alliance in Season 2. That year, he was an extremely famous sharpshooter. However, nowadays, his glory had been masked by the younger generation. Nothing could be done about that. Zhang Yue's successor was too dazzling. Most of Zhang Yue's career had been with Team Samsara. His character was Cloud Piercer, which was now the Great Gunner. It was the character currently being used by the #1 player in the Alliance, Zhou Zekai. Xiu called him Great Gunner, but Zhang Yue didn't dare to call himself that. He wasn't being modest. When he was still playing on Cloud Piercer, it hadn't been called Great Gunner yet. Having such a successor was a blessing to the team, but for the senior, it was a rather sorrowful matter. Zhou Zekai's dominant performance with Cloud Piercer made him seem incompetent. After Zhou Zekai succeeded Zhang Yue, he sadly left Team Samsara and drifted for 2 seasons. In the end, he announced his retirement in Season 6. He had a beautiful turn around though and became Team Mysterious Fantasy's coach. It could be said that he flipped a new chapter in the history of glory. Before him, pro teams didn't have a coaching position. That year, the new Team Mysterious Fantasy successfully remained in the Alliance. Others immediately took after them. The next year, the new Team Bright Green also hired a coach to help the team. Zhang Yue was responsible for at least half of Team Mysterious Fantasy's achievements. As a result, Team Mysterious Fantasy's true core member wasn't on stage, but on the side as the coach. Even when the team was relegated last season, it looked like the owner of Team Mysterious Fantasy had confidence in Zhang Yue and had him stay on the team. It seems like Team Mysterious Fantasy's situation is quite good, Chen Guo asked Yiziu curiously. In the team competition, Team Mysterious Fantasy held a stable lead. It didn't seem like the Dark Horse Team Trader wouldn't be able to stay dark. As long as they aren't careless, Team Mysterious Fantasy shouldn't lose to Team Trader. Yiziu said. He glanced at Zhang Yue again. That's good. Chen Guo smiled. Good, what's good? Yiziu asked. If Mysterious Fantasy wins, won't that it make easier for us in the final round? Chen Guo said. Look more carefully at the points, please, Yiziu said. What? Chen Guo was startled. She started calculating the points according to the current situation. If the outcome turned out as expected and Team Mysterious Fantasy beat Team Trader, the final score would be 7-3. With that, after the fourth round, Team Trader would be completely done with their 4 matches. They would be in first temporarily with 28 points. Team Mysterious Fantasy would be done with 3 out of 4 matches and would be second at 26 points. Team Happy would be done with 3 out of 4 matches and would be at third at 21 points. The other 2 teams didn't matter. In the final round, Team Trader would not have to play. Team Happy would be against Team Mysterious Fantasy. The other match didn't matter. The final point total made Chen Guo pale. Team Trader's 28 points wouldn't change. The point total for Team Happy and Team Mysterious Fantasy would change though because of the final round. Team Happy was behind Team Mysterious Fantasy by 5 points and behind Team Trader by 7 points. In the final round, how many points did Team Happy need to win? 8 points. Yiziu gave the answer. Only with 8 points would Team Happy have 29 points and make it out of groups. If they had 1 fewer point, Team Mysterious Fantasy would take first with 29 points. Team Happy and Team Trader would both have 28 points, but according to the tournament rules, if 2 teams had the same number of points, the match between the 2 tied teams would be looked at. Team Happy had lost to Team Trader 3-7, so Team Happy would be eliminated. In this match, Team Mysterious Fantasy's advantage became more and more obvious. They still had all 5 players, but 3 players on Team Trader had already been killed. Zhang Wenyi let out a satisfied smile. He turned his head and looked at Team Happy again. The King's Avatar. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 970. The 4th round of the match had come an end. Team Mysterious Fantasy ended up defeating Team Trader in the team competition, winning this round 7-3. The 2 teams left the stage. Team Mysterious Fantasy's players seemed in high spirits, though the players of Team Trader didn't seem too down from their defeat either. As a grassroots team made up of normal players, Team Trader had the best performance among all the grassroots teams. Despite being seen as nothing but cannon fodder, they had managed to snatch 10 points in total from 2 strong teams. After the 4 matches, they were in the lead with 28 points in a group thought to be a lost cause. An average score of 7 per round was already very amazing. Group A's pro team Jade Dynasty had only managed to gain a total of 29 points after 4 rounds. Team Trader had already done the best they could, and the audience applauded for them. After Team Trader's players accepted the liberal applause from the audience, they left the stadium with their heads held high. Many people had already begun to understand what the situation of Group B was like. Many people reveled in Happy's misfortune, jeering at them. Chen Guo couldn't spare any energy to be angry. The situation was very worrying. We should go too, Yiziu called out, and Happy's members rose to leave as well. Yet they managed to bump into Team Mysterious Fantasy on the way out through the participants' passage. Despite how this last battle would decide their respective fates, Team Mysterious Fantasies players all seemed very relaxed, as if they had this in the bag already. The coach, Zhang Yue, looked over and saw three familiar faces from the past. However, these three were both top gods back then, and as for Zhang Yue, he might have been a core member of Team Samsara, but the Samsara back then wasn't the champion team it was now. As a core member, he couldn't compare to these top gods. Yet now, these big shots of the past had been tightly suppressed by him. This was a delightful feeling he had never had before. Zhang Yue hadn't ever though he'd be able to have such an experience in the Challenger League, and he looked to be the happiest out of all the Team Mysterious Fantasy players. Hey there, you guys. This guy even greeted them personally. Happy's members looked at him silent. It's the last round. Keep working hard, everyone. Zhang Yue's words were directed at all of Happy's members, but his gaze was fixed on the three old gods. If you accidentally get eliminated by traitor, then you would be a disappointment to all this attention you've gained. A member of Team Mysterious Fantasy cut in from behind Zhang Yue. In the Challenger League, Happy was definitely the team that gained the most attention, if you didn't count Excellent Era. Meanwhile, Mysterious Fantasy hadn't gained any sort of attention ever since they had fallen to the Challenger League, making them a bit jealous. Now, seeing how this popular team was close to being swept miserably out of the competition, the team members of Mysterious Fantasy were no less delighted than their coach, even though it was directed at something different. We won't be eliminated, Yizu replied calmly. Haha, as expected of God Yiqiu, you're so confident. Have you calculated how many points you have to get in the last round yet? Zhang Yue asked, smiling nicely. Wei Chen then took a step forwards, staring directly at Zhang Yue. Brat, are you trying to play some dirty trick on us? Zhang Yue had been a core team member once, having been a part of the alliance for several years. Wei Chen's threatening demeanor didn't scare him at all, and he instead stared right back at Wei Chen. What on earth are you talking about, Captain Wei? He used Wei Chen's old title when referring to him. Do you think I can't tell? Wei Chen asked. So what if you can? Zhang Yue sneered. I'm only choosing the best result for Mysterious Fantasy. Not only for now, but in the future too. Your strength is undeniably above that of traders, so it'd be in my best interests if you were squeezed out of the competition. Heh, don't talk as if you've already won, Yizu suddenly said. It's the last round, keep working hard, everyone. Yizu returned what Zhang Yue had said before to Mysterious Fantasy verbatim. If you accidentally get eliminated by traitor, then you would be a disappointment to your ex-pro status. Heh! Zhang Yue laughed lightly after hearing this. A veteran player like that wasn't easy to enrage as expected. Then let us see what happens. See you at the match. See you at the match. The two teams returned to the hotel. Though Happy hadn't at all been at a disadvantage in the clash just now, it was undebatable that the last round of the competition did. Returning to the hotel, none of them could calm down enough to rest, and soon enough they found themselves all gathering in the hotel internet cafe, one by one. Chen Guo saw their unity in this unspoken gathering and was quietly excited. In the last round, we have to get 8 points and wipe the floor with Mysterious Fantasy. Chen Guo didn't bother to lead in, going straight for the kill and encouraging their morale. Yet then she heard Mo Fan, who was in the corner, say stoically without even raising his head, we won't be able to wipe out Mysterious Fantasy with just 8 points. What? Chen Guo paused in shock, and the others all turned their head to look. They had never thought it would be Mo Fan to respond first. Yes, that's right. If it's just 8 points, Mysterious Fantasy would get 2 points and tie with Trader at 28 in total. However, they had won 7-3 in their match against Trader, so then it would be Trader that's eliminated according to the rules. Yizu said before glancing over at Mo Fan. I wouldn't have thought you cared. Mo Fan didn't respond. Do you want to play this round? Yizu asked. I can. Mo Fan's answer wasn't I do, but I can." Everyone stared at Mo Fan. They might not have interacted with him much, but they had lived together for quite some time, and everyone was used to having this emotionless, silent guy in the training room. Mo Fan wasn't exactly their friend, but he was still a part of their team. That's what everyone thought. As for Mo Fan's skill in glory, everyone acknowledged it. Even though he might have not been able to integrate himself into the team at first, he had become part of the system after teamwork training in the new dungeons and training against the pro players. However, his personality meant that he would never really be a team player, and Xiu wouldn't force him on that front. Being a team player had nothing to do with having a place in a team. So long as their tactics were reasonable and they were able to carry them out well, a non-team player could also be a very important part of a team. Tactics were also something that depended on people. Mature teams already had a tactical system they were used to, so finding players that suited their set of tactics was a big benefit for them. However, Happy was a new team, so they didn't have their own set of tactics. This was why they needed to build up their own set of tactics according to the individuals where everyone could work efficiently. Hearing Mo Fan's response, Xiu smiled and nodded and then looked towards Luo Jai. "In the last round, we need to make sure we win by as large of a lead as possible, so I'm afraid you won't be able to play for now." "I understand." Luo Jai nodded, though he was still a little dejected. In these critical moments, he was unable to contribute to the team. It didn't feel good. "Continue to work hard," Xiu said. The reality of Luo Jai's skill wasn't any sort of taboo for Happy, so Xiu could easily announce his arrangements at times like this without needing to make any excuses. Then Xiu's gaze turned to Sun Jiping. "Are you all right with taking part in this round?" "If I don't take part now, why am I even here?" Sun Jiping replied. Xiu smiled. Sun Jiping wasn't Happy's future, so Xiu would usually give him less chances to take part, although those matches probably wouldn't be any trouble for Sun Jiping. However, if he didn't have Sun Jiping take part in these critical moments, then there would be no point to his presence. "Are you all right with participating in both the individual and team competitions?" Xiu asked. He wasn't very clear on Sun Jiping's injury. "I'll have no problem dealing with these characters," Sun Jiping responded. "Okay, then you can take on the first individual competition," Xiu said. Being the first to participate would allow him to have more time to rest before the team competition. Then the second person had better prepare earlier. "The match will probably end quickly," Sun Jiping said. Xiu didn't say anything about his underestimating of their opponents. This was his pride and freedom. A veteran like him wouldn't make the rookie mistake of truly underestimating their opponents. "Mo Fan, you'll be second," Xiu decided. Mo Fan nodded. As for the third, Xiu was a little hesitant. He had narrowed it down to two choices, Wei Chen and Wu Chen. Wei Chen had expended a lot of energy against Team Trader that day and had yet to fully recover. Xiu could tell he wasn't in top form. As for Wu Chen, he had good skills. His form had been preserved quite well after coming to Happy, but the character he was using, Dawn Rifle, didn't have very good equipment. Compared to the fortifications done to the other characters, Dawn Rifle wasn't a character that Happy put importance on. After all, Wu Chen didn't come to Happy to continue being a pro player. The third competition is very crucial, so it seems like this is something only I can shoulder. That was when Wei Chen shamelessly recommended himself. Xiu smiled and accepted this arrangement. "Group Arena, Steamed Bun, Little Tang Me." Steamed Bun and Tang Ru nodded, seeming to have guessed that they would be in this arrangement. And lastly, the team competition. Xiu looked over the gathered no healer. "That's crazy." Even Sun Jiping was shocked at the team competition arrangements. "You sure this will work?" Chen Guo was even more worried now. Xiu looked towards Wenyi. "We'll be using as fast of a pace as possible in the team competition, so the current you might not be able to keep up." "Okay," and Wenyi nodded calmly. He could accept any arrangement so long as there was logic behind it. "We have 2 days. Let's practice this formation as much as possible," Xiu finally said. The King's Avatar Chapter 971. The weekend passed by quickly, and the Pro League continued to attract a lot of attention. However, Challenger League's offline tournament entered its most crucial time, so in this week's Monday Esports Home, there was an additional half a page. The suspense in Group A and D had ended after the fourth round. The two pro teams, Jade Dynasty and Excellent Era, had locked into first place in groups. The teams that had reached second place in groups stood out as well. However, Group B and C entered into a greater state of chaos in the fourth round. In terms of suspense, Group C's matches were decent. All 5 teams still had a chance of making it to next round. Real suspense was when one would need to go through the matches in the last round in order to determine who would win. As for Group B, although there was a chance for all 3 of the teams, Happy needed to snatch over 8 points from Team Mysterious Fantasy this round. Quite a lot of people believed that Happy had no hope. On the forums, players that looked down on Happy finally found a topic to express themselves, so there were all kinds of residuals being flung around. As for people who put their hopes in Happy, they constantly brought out the evidence that Happy had swept away Everlasting to prove the former's possibilities. However, their voice was weaker compared to the ridicule. In the Esports Home issue on Monday, there were 2 complete reports that specifically analyzed Group B's situation for the readers. In this round, Team Mysterious Fantasy only needed to get 2 points to get by safe and sound. If they got 1 more point, they could kick Happy away. They had a greater psychological advantage, so the 2 believed Team Mysterious Fantasy had higher chances of winning. However, the Esports Home represented the country, not of a certain region, so they couldn't show too much of their personal preferences. Contrary to this, the regional evening reports for Team Mysterious Fantasy gave a positive report on the team's excellent situation. They didn't even try to hide their genuine praises and expectations. While in City H, where Happy was located, the media had previously praised Excellent Era highly. If Excellent Era had stayed in the Pro League this season, then the media would definitely give more positive compliments towards such an eye-catching team in the Challenger League coming from their city. Unfortunately, Excellent Era happened to join Challenger League this season, so the 2 teams became opponents who had to fight to the death. Furthermore, Happy challenged Excellent Era when it came up, so this situation was hard for the media in City H when Happy and Excellent Era were compared. It was obvious that no one would think of them being equals. However, before the both sides even have a chance to clash, Happy was already stuck in a dangerous position of being eliminated. The media from City H could finally speak up for the local team. However, what they said was nothing new. What the media could find was the fact that Happy had beat Everlasting. With this as evidence, they hoped that Happy could perform a miracle once more. Miracle. When Xiu saw this word constantly pop up in the report, he laughed. "They're using this word already. What word would they use when we beat Excellent Era? I'm pretty worried for them." Ha ha ha. Chen Guo laughed dryly. The past few days had been hard on her. She was anxious and worried in every way possible, especially after seeing Xiu's confident plan of not including a healer. Chen Guo wouldn't be herself if she could stay calm. Although she knew that Xiu's Lord Grimm had a bit of skill in healing, but just having level 20 and under healer skills didn't mean he could take up the healing responsibilities of a real cleric or paladin. Chen Guo was worried over making such a bold strategic move at such a crucial moment. Chen Guo feared that they would slip up like when Xiu decided not to join the team match in the round against Team Trader. However, the morale within the whole team was pretty good for the past few days. Chen Guo didn't want to speak out her concerns and create an unexpected change of mood. Even though the day of competition had arrived, Yiziu still had the mood to mock the words in the report. Chen Guo couldn't find any way to be at ease. "All right, call on everyone to set off." Yiziu got up and exited through the door. This was followed by the sound of a door opening and locking in the corridor. Team Happy set out. In this last round, the stadium for this offline match was much more packed compared to the previous rounds. After going through some random interviews, it was found that many of the audiences in the stadium came to watch the match between Happy and Mysterious Fantasy. I'm not a fan of Mysterious Fantasy, but I'm definitely not a fan of Happy. I hope Mysterious Fantasy can get 3 points this round, so Happy can just FCK off. This was the majority of the responses from the random interviews. However, at the same time, everyone found that a new banner appeared on site. "Welcome back, Yiziu." Now that Yiziu's EQ matter had been cleared up, nothing went out of hand under the protection of the league. It was said that EQ was a name Yiziu came up with when he joined the competitive scene, just like a stage name. As for now, he finally returned by using his actual name. The final confirmation of his identity verified the hot news of God's return. The influence of the first God on the competitive scene was obviously immense. His action of creating a team to fight to the death against Excellent Era in Challenger League attracted a lot of resentment from many Excellent Era fans. However, there were still a lot of players who liked this God, but felt nothing towards Excellent Era. Many of these fans were extremely welcome towards God's return. There were even fans from other teams who started to try to help their team recruit Yiziu. Although it was wishful thinking, they called for God to join their team. There was an increase in all kinds of analysis having to do with reasons EQ should join Roman 20 team online. Among all this, there was one tragic Tyranny fan. He cried out for Yiziu to join Tyranny so that the most extravagant team in the history of Glory could be formed. However, he received attacks from Tyranny's diehard fans. It was evident that, as a loyal fan of Tyranny, EQ was the most hated pro player in Glory. The diehard fans even seriously threatened Tyranny that if they recruited EQ, they would boycott all of Tyranny's future competition as a form of protest. It was as if EQ joining Team Tyranny was already a reality. As a result, at the site of Challenger League, supporters of God EQ gradually gathered. This was the most relieving thing for Chen Guo to see for the past few days. At the same time, Sun Jiping appearing in Team Happy also attracted a lot of attention, especially fans of Team 100 Blossoms. There were all kinds of astonishment and awe. The journalists contacted Team 100 Blossoms. However, the clubs expressed that they didn't know about Sun Jiping's return. They also didn't express any intentions of contacting Sun Jiping at the moment. This meant that the future of 100 Blossoms still revolved around Yu Feng as the ace. Surrounding news and events continued to emerge, but for Happy, their current match was what mattered most. The round between Team Happy and Team Mysterious Fantasy would be played live on the side. This was a match in the offline tournament that had things to watch for. The competition started at 8 o'clock sharp. Since there were 7 other matches going on at the same time, they couldn't put too much of their focus on one particular match. The match between Happy and Mysterious Fantasy wasn't able to get more part on screen. It was obvious that they wouldn't announce the list of the contestants' names whom were playing. After all, there were 8 matches going on the same time. They wouldn't be able to broadcast them all. The list was shown through the electronic screen. As for Happy, first up was Sun Jiping. This created a stir in the stadium. After all, for an old Glory fan, this name held brilliant radiance. Finally going on stage, Zhang Yue spoke. His face was filled with confidence and he turned his head to see the members of Happy. The seats for the 2 competing teams in the match were quite close so they could interact directly with each other. There are still a lot of finally moments to come. Take it easy on that word, Yiziu said. Haha, I'll be looking forward to it. Zhang Yue laughed. The first player from Mysterious Fantasy was also announced at the same time, Fang Daxu. He was a knight player who had been in Mysterious Fantasy's roster for the last 2 seasons. When Mysterious Fantasy was eliminated, he didn't receive invitations from any other teams. It could be seen that his skills weren't too outstanding. The 2-player entered into the match and started to load in their characters. Zhang Yue turned his head to look at Yiziu. Is Sun Jiping's hand injury all right? What do you think? Yiziu said. I say he should use it more cautiously, Zhang Yue said. Chen Guo was alarmed when she heard this. He even knew about this. Could there be traitors on the team? However, Yiziu remained cool. He laughed and didn't reply. He knew that although Zhang Yue wasn't an outstanding player, he had been in the circle for quite some time, so was experienced and had knowledge. Sun Jiping's condition wasn't hard to guess, but he wasn't able to confirm about it. Yiziu wouldn't let him worm that fact out. This matchup is quite good, Zhang Yue laughed. Seems like you've done your research, Yiziu said. Teams wouldn't normally reveal the player's playing order beforehand. As a result, guessing the opponent's order and making targeted arrangements was one branch of study in a match. Judging from Zhang Yue's look and expression, it seemed like he guessed that Happy would send Sun Jiping to play first. You guys are in a hurry to snatch the points. If Sun Jiping doesn't play, then there would be no point for him to be in your team. If there's pressure from his hand injury, it's better if he plays earlier. Then he would be able to rest for a bit longer before he plays in the team match, Zhang Yue said. Chen Guo was startled. Why would the opponent know all of these? Is it really from guessing? So you sent a knight on stage. It seems like you are planning to drag on the fight, Yiziu said. Zhang Yue laughed without speaking and focused his gaze on the competition screen. The 2 characters had finished loading. Both sides pressed ready and were about to be loaded into the map. There were no home and away games, so they were no home and away teams. The maps in the offline tournament were all chosen by the league. All of the maps were made specifically for competitive glory. No team would have the chance to practice with it beforehand, so it was relatively fair. The map would also be used for the other matches. This was confirmed and announced on the first day of the competition, so people could download the maps. From that moment onwards, every team would train with the map they would use. The 2 loaded characters started to head towards the map's center. Since Sun Jiping was a god, the broadcast commentator would definitely emphasize mentioning and introducing him. The commentary introduced his previous glory, playstyle, and achievements while feeling pleased. It was much easier to broadcast a match with professional players because they had stories and content to talk about. Contrastingly, he could only dully explain the match for the teams made of online players. There were no spice to it. The 2 characters met before the commentator could finish introducing Sun Jiping's background. He could only stop hurriedly and pay attention to the match. Oh, the 2 sides have met. Seems like Mysterious Fantasy's Fang Daxu is putting out a defensive stance and prepared to strike back. Sun Jiping is fighting straight on. Wow, a big move. He started with a big move the moment the fight started. This confidence is worthy of a former god. Combo, oh, it's linked up beautifully. It seems that despite not fighting in competitions for so many years, Sun Jiping didn't lose any of his abilities. Fang Daxu is at an absolute disadvantage. A wave of combo with 12 hits. Although the hits weren't heavy, the damage output is very impressive. It's concise and practical. The attacks have connected. Here comes another wave. The one from before was a fake combo, so the combos were disconnected according to the system's calculations. However, the attacks still connected. Fang Daxu must be having a hard time, isn't he? Fang Daxu's situation is very passive. Fang Daxu should hurry up and come up with an idea. Fang Daxu's situation is dangerous. Fang Daxu, dead. Uh, let's continue to talk about player Sun Yiping's situation after the matches. The commentator started to sweat. He didn't even have another chance to continue to talk about Sun Yiping's past because the round had ended. The King's Avatar chapter 972. It was impossible to know the reactions of those watching the live broadcast, but the audience present was silent like the grave. Most of the audience had been watching this match closely, so what they saw was the two characters meeting and then Sun Yiping's another summer of sleep attacking, and then his opponent died. Did Fang Daxu's knight even use any skills? Everyone's memory of it seemed blurred. Even if skills had been used, they didn't seem to have done anything, buried amongst another summer of sleep's attacks. 1 minute and 17 seconds. This was the amount of time the first individual competition had taken. It wasn't until the statistics were shown that the audience went crazy. This was a pro-level match, right? Even though Mysterious Fantasy might not be the strongest, they were still a pro team, right? Even though Fang Daxu hadn't been taken in by any of the other pro teams, he still managed to stay in the pro circle a full 2 years, no. 1 minute 17 seconds. And a night as well. He just lost with seemingly no resistance like that. Most of the audience came to see Happy humiliated, but in this moment they couldn't help but boo Mysterious Fantasy. They had seen fast, but not this fast. A tanky knight being wiped out in 1 minute and 17 seconds. Did he grab the wrong equipment and go up in cloth armor? Amidst the booing, Sun Yiping had already come down from the stage. He had immediately stood and left as soon as the result was out. So fast. Yiziu smiled, stretching his hand out to Sun Yiping. I wanted to rest earlier. Sun Yiping high-fived Yiziu before returning to his own seat, turning to glance over at Zhang Yue, tilting his head up and saying, "A night, huh?" Zhang Yue's face was clouded over, and that was when he saw their team's Fang Daxu walk out from the stands in bewilderment. Listen to the booing increase by several decibels with further bewilderment, and come down from the stage with even more bewilderment. Seeing the dumb look on his face made Zhang Yue irritated, and he wanted to go up and kick some sense into the player. However, he knew that this was nowhere near appropriate. He had to keep calm, otherwise it could affect the morale of the entire team. Having been a coach for 2 years, Zhang Yue understood the ins and outs of leading a team. In his heart he might have been about to erupt, but after Fang Daxu came down he only said lightly, "You were too impatient." Ah. Fang Daxu, whose mind had cleared a bit, was bewildered once more. Had he been impatient? However, before he could say any more, Zhang Yue was already continuing, "Go and take a break." Fang Daxu sat to one side dumbly. He had no idea that this was one of Zhang Yue's leadership techniques. He had been clearly and completely suppressed by the opponent, yet from Zhang Yue's mouth it sounded like Fang Daxu had simply underestimated his opponent. This way, he didn't let the opponent's spirits rise too much and reminded the other players to not lower their guard either. "Luo Tian, it's your turn." Zhang Yue then called for the second player to go up. His tone calm and keeping his inner shock well hidden. He understood very clearly that Happy's reasons for arranging Sun Yiping to play first didn't just stop at the fact that Sun Yiping needed rest. At the same time, they were hoping that Sun Yiping would score them an overwhelming victory for the opening match and boost their morale while striking at their opponents. Zhang Yue wasn't hoping for Fang Daxu to score a point when he arranged for Fang Daxu to be their first player, but for him to utilize the knight's defensive capabilities to their fullest, thereby dragging the match on and forcing Sun Yiping to expend more energy on it. At the same time, they could minimize the impact of their opponent's fierce arrangement. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yet in the end, Fang Daxu didn't do a good job, unable to achieve any of his goals. So all Zhang Yue could do was use his own composure to minimize the impact this defeat would bring to their team. Zhang Yue's actions helped calm the players of Mysterious Fantasy quite a lot, as expected. However, Luo Tian, who was up next, didn't seem to be adhering to expectations. The effects of Sun Jiping's overwhelming performance couldn't be completely neutralized by just a few words and a calm attitude from Zhang Yue. Do your best. Zhang Yue didn't say too much. The more he said, the more nervous he'd seem. If he was too serious about a match where they only needed to get 2 points, it might have the opposite effect of making the players panic. Luo Tian nodded and took a deep breath before heading to the stage. As for Happy, Zhang Yue looked around and saw Mo Fan standing up. And this guy hasn't seemed to have played any matches before. How come he's become restless today? Zhang Yue said, trying to strike at Mo Fan emotionally. However, he got no visible response, not even a glance before Mo Fan walked away and onto the stage, making Zhang Yue suspect that his voice just now had been too quiet for notice. Haha, don't be offended, he's always like this. He even ignores me, usually, Yiziu said. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yue laughed dryly, evidently not believing Yiziu's words. On the other hand, Happy's other members felt like Yiziu was sticking gold on his face. Mo Fan ignoring him, more like absolutely hating him. The players of each side had already entered the stands, and their characters were loaded into the map. Mysterious Fantasies Luo Tian had played as a core member for 2 years, using an elementalist character. After the commentator gave some vague background information on Luo Tian, he couldn't be bothered with this unimportant and small character from a relegated team anymore. His interest was more on Mo Fan, enthusiastically regaling everyone with the tales of deception in the heavenly domain. Hey, don't forget your impartiality. As the commentator spoke excitedly, the program director hurriedly gave him a yelled reminder. The commentator snapped out of it and hastily added, of course, this sort of behavior shouldn't be encouraged. We hope that everyone can play fairly and peacefully. Okay, the match has begun. Let us turn our attention to the match. The commentator knew that his ramble about script picking wasn't very appropriate, so he quickly stopped himself and turned to the match. After the defeat last round, Mysterious Fantasies player was much more careful. Compared to Luo Tian, Mo Fan had very little fame in the pro circle, but Luo Tian didn't dare underestimate him at all. As he had his character move forth, he continuously used small skills to test out his surrounding, guarded against being closed in on. Ninjas weren't the best at close combat, but they were very good at hiding their movements and getting close to their targets without being seen. From this point of view, ninjas had an advantage over classes like the elementalists that feared being closed in on. It was because of this that elementalists would put priority on guarding against this. The current Luo Tian was cautiously having elementalists move forwards, using different moves and techniques, yet he never caught even a glimpse of Mo Fan. The audience was much more clear on Mo Fan's whereabouts. From the start, Mo Fan had chosen a roundabout path, preparing a sneak attack on his opponent as expected. Currently, Deception was already watching Luo Tian's elementalist from the shadows, but Luo Tian had yet to realize this. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, thinking that Deception was about to find a chance to close in, but all Deception did was patiently follow the elementalist around, as if waiting for a chance. Everyone had no choice but to continue waiting. Chance. 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 The commentator had already yelled out chance thrice, but Mo Fan continued to abstain from action. The commentator didn't dare yell it anymore. This thunder without rain put him in an awkward position with his yelling. However, even if he didn't yell aloud, he would still keep track in his heart. It wasn't just him, but the entire audience that was keeping tracking of Mo Fan's opportunities. He didn't strike. He still hasn't struck. Fuck, that was a great opportunity, but he still didn't take it. Slowly, more and more people began to lose their patience. This Deception seemed to be merely following Luo Tian's elementalist, making Mysterious Fantasies members anxious as hell. Yet this guy never struck. It was as if just continuing to stalk his opponent would give him a victory. Mysterious Fantasy started out anxious, but slowly became impatient as well. Zhang Yue turned his head around, smiling falsely. "I say, this player of yours sure is careful, careful." This was something the commentator had also said, but now it didn't seem appropriate to use this word anymore. If this was considered careful, then careful must be feeling very pressured. "He just has enough patience," Yiziu said with a smile. "Is that so? Then why don't you tell me how long he can wait? If you don't tell me, then I'll really have no way of knowing," Zhang Yue said. "Don't worry, he'll strike when the time is right. Don't think too much about it. Go and think about what to say to your team after your second consecutive defeat," Yiziu replied. "I wouldn't do something unnecessary like that," Zhang Yue said, turning his head back and ignoring Yiziu. On the field, Deception was still following his target. Luo Tian had carefully moved all the way until he finally arrived at where Deception had started out, but still didn't find his target. Luo Tian immediately hesitated, not knowing where to go next. He helplessly turned around, choosing another path and following it carefully like before. The audience was being driven crazy. The previous match had been extremely direct, with the opponent being cut to pieces almost instantly. Although the result wasn't ideal, it was at least satisfying to watch. Now the second match was an extreme contrast to the first. Last match was a swift 1 minute 17 seconds, and now it had become an unending stall. It had been 3 minutes since the match had started. At a pro level, this was enough time for the match to have come to a close. Yet in the current match, the two sides hadn't even clashed once. Luo Tian's Elementalist was already wandering around aimlessly. Yet the target he was trying to find, Deception, was following after him closely without him knowing. The boos started again, all yelling for Mo Fan get out. However, Mo Fan didn't adhere, continuing to follow Luo Tian. "Patient, huh?" Zhang Yue turned around again, sarcasm on his tongue. "Yup, patient." Yiziu nodded in affirmation. "So he's just going to be patient like this forever?" "Of course not. Haven't you seen that many people have already lost their patience?" Yiziu pointed at the jeering crowds. "Those without patience will only lose." As Yiziu's words fell, Zhang Yue startled, turning to the match. As expected, Luo Tian had already begun to lose his patience, his technique becoming more and more mechanical. The opportunity had arrived. The King's Avatar Chapter 973. Luo Tian's half-hearted wariness made Zhang Wenyi feel the urge to rush onto the stage and whip that guy. "You're in the middle of a match. How can you be so relaxed?" In reality, patience wasn't something that could completely disappear all of a sudden. Patience had to be gradually worn down. Luo Tian was no exception. The crowd was no exception. Even Zhang Wenyi was no exception. If he had been patiently and calmly watching the match, he would have noticed Luo Tian's movements losing shape long ago. He wouldn't have abruptly noticed it just now. The expression on Zhang Wenyi's face suddenly changed. Right when he was about to cry not good, Mo Fan's deception finally moved. Ninjutsu disappearing body technique. During these 30 seconds, ninjas could climb in all sorts of angles like a spider, allowing them to attack from a blind spot. In the beginning, Luo Tian had been wary of this, but his guard had already gone down. Mo Fan had thoroughly checked the surrounding terrain. His figure slowly inched closer towards Luo Tian's Elementalist in a strange manner. It was a very ordinary strategy, but the patience and concentration displayed by Mo Fan was quite frightening. It wasn't just strolling down the road towards his target. He had to ensure that he wouldn't be noticed, so he couldn't be careless at all. Due to his long scrap-picking career, Mo Fan was exceptional in both these areas. Most pro players didn't have that type of experience. As time passed, Luo Tian's movements started to become sloppy, but Mo Fan still didn't show himself. When concentration faced against carelessness, the result was obvious the moment Deception made a move. Ninjutsu Shadow Dance. When Deception began his assault, he immediately started off with a high-level skill. Countless shadows of deception suddenly appeared in front of the already jittery Luo Tian. Let alone figuring out which shadow was the core, Luo Tian wasn't even able to react in time to the incoming attack. The shadows pounced on him, and the combo count skyrocketed. Mo Fan had been patiently waiting for an opportunity to the extent that everyone had started feeling annoyed. But as soon as he attacked, his agility didn't lose to Sun Jiping at all. This was also a habit acquired from scrap picking. If he wasn't so decisive, he would have turned into Scrap, who knew how many times in his scrap picking career. But because of his habits from scrap picking, while Mo Fan acquired several strengths, he also acquired several flaws. Although Mo Fan's offensive was very fierce, he lacked the ability to consistently extend his combos. It felt a bit like Cheng Yaojin and his 3-axe strokes. When he scrap-picked, even if he attacked to kill his opponents, he would usually only choose characters with only a sliver of health left. As a scrap-picker, picking a fight with a group of full-health players was just asking for his own death. Frequently killing these types of low-health targets led to Mo Fan being exceptional at short bursts of damage, but his attack afterwards felt rather weak. Sun Jiping destroyed a knight in 1 minute 17 seconds. On the other hand, after Mo Fan successfully closed in on the Elementalist, he was unable to quickly end the battle in a short period of time. In comparison to his sudden ambush with several high-level skills linked together, his following attacks made it feel like the offensive had a strong start but weak finish. Normal players might not be able to notice such a minute difference, but Zhang Wenyi was a former pro player with a wealth of experience. He immediately noticed it. "It's an opportunity, steady, steady," Zhang Wenyi couldn't help but blurt out. He completely forgot that Luo Tian couldn't hear him at all. However, Luo Tian didn't disappoint him. After being caught off guard, he started steadying himself. "Don't feel too delighted just yet." Zhang Wenyi turned his head to glance at the relaxed and smiling Yiziu. "Ha ha ha," Yiziu laughed. Zhang Wenyi turned his head back and suddenly froze. After Deception's 3-axe strokes, his offensive instantly became weak. Luo Tian steadied himself, and right when he was about to launch his counterattack, he saw that Deception was running away. Yes, running away. The battle wasn't over yet. Luo Tian's Elementalist hadn't started his counterattack yet, and Deception was actually running away. Luo Tian hadn't predicted this would happen. When he started chasing after him, Deception had already disappeared without a trace. Luo Jai suddenly also froze at his seat. Happy's Mo Fan is really surprising. The commentator was also stunned, but he couldn't be idle. But I have to say, this is truly a scrap picker style. Deception had disappeared, but that was only in Luo Tian's perspective. Everyone else could see Deception's location from the god's view on stream. He had gone into hiding again. It was just like in the beginning. He was following Luo Tian's Elementalist closely. The match once again circled back to the very beginning. It was just that this time, Luo Tian wasn't nearly as calm as before. He was searching frantically for traces of Deception. On the other hand, Mo Fan was as calm and patient as ever. His previous burst of attacks didn't seem to make him feel fired up. This was another characteristic of a scrap picker: restraint. Let's say there was an extremely precious piece of equipment in front of your face. How many players could restrain themselves from picking it up? Most would rush forward to give it a try even if they died, but Mo Fan would never do so. He would always wait for the right opportunity before acting, even if he wasn't able to get it in the end as a result. When he felt like the situation wasn't suitable for him to continue, he wouldn't continue even if the crowd's boos instantly erupted. This type of playstyle was clearly unpopular. Unfortunately, these boos didn't help Zhang Wenyi feel any better. Even if Mo Fan failed to win over the crowd, he would at least win over his opponent. This one point was already on the verge of being lost in Zhang Wenyi's eyes. Even if Luo Tian learned from his past mistakes and didn't dare be careless, his mentality had already tipped off balance. In this situation, it wasn't just patience that was necessary. Calmness was needed too. However, Luo Tian wasn't calm at all. He treated every tree and blade of grass as an enemy, throwing his magic around aimlessly. He's lost it. Yiziu shook his head. It was as if Mo Fan heard this evaluation. He suddenly made his move. Mo Fan didn't choose to use disappearing body technique to find an opportunity to move closer. Instead, he's directly revealed himself. The commentator cried out. Luo Tian was surprised by this sudden appearance, but he immediately followed up with a bunch of attacks delightedly. His elementalist staff waved. However, not even a spark flew out from it. What is Luo Tian doing? Is he posing? The commentator was puzzled. Luo Jai wanted to cry. After putting in the correct inputs, he heard a system notification, on cooldown. Such a low-leveled mistake happened to a pro player. The extent of Luo Tian's instability could be seen from this. He hastily chose another skill and couldn't help but check which skills were on cooldown and which skills weren't. He had been throwing out magic spells randomly along the way. It was just like Yiziu said. He had completely lost it. There was no purpose or decision-making in his choices. He didn't even remember which skills were on cooldown. As a result, Mo Fan once again got the initiative. At the same time, this wave of attacks left Luo Tian in despair. His ability to resist fell to zero, so much so that he couldn't even steady himself like before. He was like a noob randomly throwing skills trying to escape from the predicament. Against this type of defense, even if Mo Fan was lacking in his ability to follow up, he was more than good enough to deal with it. As a result, he didn't retreat this time. A short moment later, Luo Tian's elementalist fell. The second round of the match concluded. The post-game statistics on the screen made the entire crowd boo loudly. 8 minutes 12 seconds. This match actually took 8 minutes and 12 seconds. In the individual competition, this was absolutely an anomaly. In any case, Happy pocketed that 1 point. Mo Fan quietly went off the stage. Not bad. Yiziu clapped. The others from Happy applauded his performance. Mo Fan didn't say anything and quietly returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. His eyes were fixed on the stage. Who knew what he was thinking? Team Mysterious Fantasies Luo Tian went down from the stage too. His face was pale and he stumbled on the way over. You lost your calm. Zhang Wenyi hastily covered up his inner thoughts and said to Luo Tian, you actually found his weakness, but you didn't do a good job turning that into an advantage. Zhang Wenyi followed up. Unlike before with Fang Daxu, he didn't find an excuse like you just too nervous. This time, Zhang Wenyi really had seen an opportunity for Luo Tian to make a comeback. Unfortunately, Mo Fan immediately chose to run away, making Luo Tian instantly feel lost. Next time, Zhang Wenyi patted Luo Tian, telling him that he can take a break. For the third match, Team Happy's Wei Chen came out. A look of pride showed up on his grisly face. He glanced at the player seats for Team Mysterious Fantasy and waved his hands. This senior's about to go on stage. Is there a need to play this match? Why don't you just forfeit? Zhang Wenyi ignored him. He nodded his head to the player who would be playing for this third match. That player stood up and headed over to the stage with his head held up high. There's really no need to play this match. You guys need 2 points. What's the point of fighting for this 1 point? My recommendation is that you just play around and save your time and energy. Wei Chen followed up. The referee immediately ran over from the stage and threw a yellow card at Wei Chen. Inappropriate remark. First warning. If you violate the competitive integrity of Glory a second time, the committee will think over your qualifications to compete. The referee said gravely. FCK, I can't even make a joke. Wei Chen defended himself. The referee didn't care though. He turned around and went back on stage. Their demands are so strict nowadays, huh? Wei Chen said angrily towards his teammates, and then walked onto the stage of the King's Avatar Chapter 974. The third round of the individual competition began. The characters on both sides loaded into the map and prepared to fight. It was just like Wei Chen said. In theory, this round was pointless for both sides. This single point wouldn't affect the overall outcome of the match. However, competition was not as simple as adding two numbers together. This point wouldn't have any effect on the outcome of the match, but the winner of this round could affect their team's momentum in the following sections of the match. Team Happy had won 2 rounds in a row in the individual competition. Their morale was undoubtedly at a high. As for Team Mysterious Fantasy, losing 2 rounds in a row in such an extreme manner was a heavy blow to their morale. Zhang Yue pretending that it wasn't a big deal wouldn't be enough to neutralize the effects. Neither team dared to overlook how this round would affect their morale. The characters quickly finished loading into the map. Wei Chen's Windward Formation was without a doubt the character in the spotlight in this year's Challenger League. Although Team Excellent Era had won Autumn Leaf, Life Extinguisher, and Dancing Rain, these were all all-star characters. Players were used to seeing their greatness, but Windward Formation. This character had come out of nowhere and appeared with 8 pieces of silver equipment. In the pro scene, most subs didn't have characters that enjoyed such beautiful equipment. Team Mysterious Fantasy had been a bottom-tier team in the pro scene. Let alone subs, their team didn't have a single character even among their main roster that had 8 pieces of silver equipment. Facing Windward Formation, it was Team Mysterious Fantasy that looked like a grassroots team. The commentator joked around and introduced these 2 players in this way. Okay, the match has started. In the previous 2 rounds, Team Happy won in surprising ways. Will they surprise us again this round? Wei Chen. I think the older folks might be familiar with him. He was Team Blue Rain's very first team captain. The #1 Warlock Swiksar was actually created and brought into the alliance by him. Those who have watched his matches in the past definitely have a certain impression of him because he has a, yes, very distinctive personality. Next, let's enjoy this round. Little Demon, bring it on. Wei Chen typed out in the all chat at the start of the match and then just stood there. Windward Formation didn't seem to have any intentions of advancing and simply waited for his opponent to come to him. This Team Mysterious Fantasy player didn't know. He just treated it like an ordinary provocation and had his character charge ahead at full speed. Halfway through, he still hadn't seen Windward Formation. He felt like something wasn't right. Usually at this point, both sides should have already come across each other in the middle of the map. Why was there no sign of him? Not good. This Team Mysterious Fantasy player was using a sharpshooter. He turned around nimbly and raised both of his guns, cautiously pointing to the left and right. The crowd was waiting for him to hurry over to Windward Formation's spawn location and start fighting. Who would have thought that this guy would start admiring himself and stop halfway there? At first, they were puzzled. Then they realized what he was doing and suddenly roared with laughter. This scene clearly illustrated why every round in a match wasn't as simple as counting points. This player had clearly been affected by the previous match. After not seeing any traces of his opponent on his way over, he thought the opponent had employed a strategy similar to deceptions and immediately began cautiously checking his surroundings. It didn't stop there. After looking around and failing to notice anything, he extended his search radius. He didn't hurry forward and began spinning around in a circle. The crowd roared with laughter again, but after laughing, they started feeling a bit tired of it. How long was this guy going to stay overly suspicious? The crowd's laughter made everyone on Team Mysterious Fantasy feel very embarrassed. However, they had no way of telling the player on stage. They could only continue watching with faces flushed with embarrassment as their sharpshooter spun around, not moving towards Windward Formation's location. "Ha ha, little child, you think you can find this senior just spinning around like that?" A message from Wei Chen suddenly popped up in the all chat. The crowd went into an uproar. In theory, this guy shouldn't know anything about his opponent's movements. However, he had been standing in the same place for quite a while. The other side still hadn't appeared. It wasn't hard to guess that his opponent was running around in circles, but this guy took advantage of it and put on an act. This was too much like trying to hit a snake with a stick, but seeing the snake curl around the stick. When Team Mysterious Fantasies player saw these words, he became even more nervous and started searching even more frantically for Windward Formation. Where was Windward Formation? He had finally started moving, but he wasn't moving towards his opponent. Instead, he walked over to a big rock near his spawn location and quietly crouched down behind it. Despicable, too despicable. The rules didn't forbid this type of strategy, but pro players valued their images. There would be so many people watching them every round. In the eyes of the spectators, this strategy was too shameless. This wasn't just playing dirty. It was being dirty. Even the commentator noted it. After seeing Windward Formation's move, he also felt powerless. As a professional commentator, he had done his homework beforehand. He obviously had some understanding of Wei Chen's background, but he didn't have that much time. He had only skimmed through a few articles relating to Wei Chen. Shameless, unscrupulous. The information that he had seen was filled with all sorts of synonyms for these words. It wasn't convenient for him to directly say these words as a commentator, so in the end, he just said that Wei Chen had a very distinct personality. Now he finally witnessed this distinct personality. He couldn't even make any comments on it. As a result, the entire stadium was silent. Wei Chen's Windward Formation just sat there, hiding behind a rock. Team Mysterious Fantasies sharpshooter continued to look at everything suspiciously. The commentator didn't know what to say. The crowd was speechless. Was this a match or a farce? Seeing how Wei Chen would say a few words in the all chat from time to time, everyone in Team Mysterious Fantasy felt a bit regretful. Maybe they should have listened to Wei Chen and just forfeited. Wasn't that actually a good suggestion? The other side was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. He didn't seem to be embarrassed at all, hiding in a corner. On the other hand, their player was being overly suspicious. He had told himself that he would try very hard. After the initial fun and embarrassment, Team Mysterious Fantasy started to feel some sympathy and bitterness. It would be better to just lose this round than to watch their teammate keep trying and making a fool of himself. Zhang Yue could feel his team's emotions. He turned around and said a few words to a player. Forfeit. Tang Xin heard his coach's decision. He was still astonished. Even though he had thought about it, he still gave up on it, but now the coach had actually decided on it. Tang Xin was Team Mysterious Fantasy's captain. The Pro Alliance hadn't approved of a coach position. The team captain had a lot of power. Coaches did not enjoy that same authority. For example, if the team wanted to forfeit right now, besides the player playing on stage, only the team captain had the power to make that decision. As a result, only the team captain could go and talk to the referee. If Zhang Yue went to the referee with his position as a coach and told him that his team would forfeit this round, the referee would simply ignore him. Are we really going to forfeit? Tang Xin hesitated. Even though the team captain had that right, it was still an individual competition. The player on stage hadn't given up yet. Making this decision would certainly hurt the player who was trying so hard. It's fine. Zhang Yue made his decision. What he wanted this round wasn't a victory because that 1 point wasn't important. Zhang Yue had wanted to utilize this match to win back some morale to the team, but their player was just being toyed with. The other side was happily waiting for his exhausted opponent. If this continued, their chances of losing were very high. This result would be an even greater blow to their morale. Even though winning in this situation would certainly be a huge momentum swing for their entire team, Zhang Yue wasn't willing to gamble because he could already tell that giving up on this match would be freeing for the entire team. This round was too sullen and depressing. Okay. In Team Mysterious Fantasy, their coach was supreme. Tang Xin could only respect Zhang Yue's decision and walked over to the stage. No one was allowed on stage in the middle of a match. When Tang Xin got close, the referee blocked his path. Tang Xin told him what he had come over to say. The referee was startled. He made one final confirmation with Tang Xin. After confirming it with Tang Xin, he returned to the stage and went over to Team Mysterious Fantasy's player. Tang Xin didn't return to his seat. He had to pick up his player here. He was certain that this decision would definitely make his player very disappointed with himself. He had to do his best to console him. Soon afterwards, the referee told the Team Mysterious Fantasy player on stage that the team had forfeited this round. And just like that, with neither side meeting each other, Team Mysterious Fantasy's player left the stage. The referee announced Team Happy's victory. What? Wei Chen was still hiding behind the rock, thinking of what else to say next, when he suddenly saw a notification that the other side had left the match. He was puzzled. In a match, there were times when you were aware that you were outclassed and admitted defeat in a stylish manner, but the two sides hadn't even seen each other yet and the other side already forfeited. Wei Chen got up from his seat and saw Team Mysterious Fantasy's player leaving the stage. He walked down from the stage filled with bewilderment and looked at Team Mysterious Fantasy's side. Now you forfeit. What were you doing before? We didn't know you'd be so shameless. Team Mysterious Fantasy's players were all cursing in their hearts. They revealed all sorts of unfriendly looks towards Wei Chen. However, just like Zhang Yue predicted, this loss actually made everyone else ease up quite a bit. The player who had been forced to forfeit was sitting in a corner, staring blankly into space. No one knew what he was thinking. The team captain, Tang Xin, was sitting next to him, trying his best to console him. Then everyone heard Wei Chen's words after he returned to Team Happy's seats. How was that? I played pretty well, didn't I? The King's Avatar Chapter 975 cough 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 cough. Wei Chen's remark sent Team Happy into a fit of coughs. Everyone used this method to dodge the question. They all refused to answer it. However, gods were still the mightiest. The look on Yi Ziu's face didn't change. He calmly replied back, "You typed pretty well." "Ha ha ha, that's what I meant." Wei Chen laughed, sending Team Happy into another fit of coughs. The individual competition was over. Team Happy won all 3 rounds, taking 3 points for themselves. Having not won any points in the individual competition, Team Mysterious Fantasy needed to win either the group arena or team competition. As for Team Happy, after winning these 3 points, the group arena wasn't as stressful. The deciding battle would definitely be the team competition. But since Team Happy needed to win more than 8 points to qualify out of groups, they already knew that they needed to win the team competition, so their mentality was no different than before. Winning all 3 points in the individual competition made their morale soar. As for Team Mysterious Fantasy, after 2 losses in the individual competition, the 3rd round made a turn for the better. When things moved to the extreme, they could only move in the opposite direction. In the 3rd round, Wei Chen beating their player in such a manner made Team Mysterious Fantasy furious. Under the instigation from the experienced Zhang Yue, their morale ignited once more. It was only a pity that this 3rd player could only become a sacrificial pawn for Zhang Yue's morale boost. At this moment, Zhang Yue didn't have the time to console this player. The break between the individual competition and the group arena was rather long. After both sides made their preparations, they went into battle once again. The fires of the competition grew increasingly stronger. Okay, Team Mysterious Fantasy versus Team Happy. The second round's group arena will soon start. On the broadcast, advertisements would be played during the break time. Just before the group arena began, the broadcast returned to the program and the commentator began his work once again. In the previous battle, the commentator practically didn't utter a word near the end. Usually, this could be considered as a broadcasting accident, but it was unprecedented this time. The commentator didn't speak when he was meant to. It seemed like Wei Chen's super shamelessness had stunned everyone. Everyone understood the commentator's reaction and forgave him. The players on both sides have now entered the stage. On Team Happy's side, the first player to go out is Bao Rongxing. This player is the definition of a rookie. He'll frequently make extremely low-level mistakes. Who knows what type of performance he will give in a crucial match like today's. On Team Mysterious Fantasy's side, the first player to go out is Tang Xing. This arrangement is a little unexpected. As Team Mysterious Fantasy's captain, Tang Xing could be considered their team's best player. According to the usual convention, this type of player should be the last one in the group arena. I wonder why Team Mysterious Fantasy made such an arrangement. We all know that Team Mysterious Fantasy has their own dedicated coach to guide them. There should be a reason for this arrangement. We'll only be able to figure out what his intentions are from watching the match. Okay, the match has officially started. The commentator had been awkwardly silent in the previous round. It was as if his words had been transferred to this one. He talked non-stop as soon as he started. The characters on both sides are moving forward. Neither of them are employing any tactical moves. Are they planning on directly confronting each other? Oh, Tang Xing has changed his pathing. He started to take a roundabout route. It looks like he's planning on catching his opponent off guard. Okay, Tang Xing has successfully circled around to the side of his opponent. Bao Rongxing hasn't noticed him yet. Tang Xing is moving closer step by step. He can already start attacking at this distance. But Bao Rongxing still hasn't noticed him. He's still moving forward like before. That shouldn't be happening. It's already been this long and he hasn't encountered his opponent. Shouldn't he know that the opponent isn't just charging forward? Tang Xing is by Steamed Bun Invasion's side. He still hasn't attacked. At this moment, I think many people are thinking the same thing as me. Remember the second round of the individual competition. Is Tang Xing planning on using this method to fight eye for an eye? Oh, he's not doing that. Tang Xing has attacked. He's taken the initiative. As the commentator shouted, the two sides started their first exchange. Tang Xing's character was a sharpshooter. It was the class that their coach Zhang Yue once used. Zhang Yue also placed a lot of hope and expectations on him because of this. Under his guidance, hints of his past self appeared in Tang Xing's playstyle. Gun Fu. This was what Zhang Yue had been most proficient in. After becoming the coach for Team Mysterious Fantasy, he had done everything he could to help Tang Xing. He could be considered one of the rare bright spots in this weak team. Gun Fu didn't mean that the sharpshooter would go up close and start brawling, but it also didn't mean that the sharpshooter would move too far away from the opponent either. The crux of this playstyle revolved around the four words, having room to maneuver. What exactly this entailed depended on every player's skill level. Tang Xing's Gun Fu maintained about 5 units from the opponent to freely move around. It was a rather ordinary level for sharpshooters proficient at this playstyle. He was very far away from a top god like Zhou Zekai, who maintained about 3 units. 1 unit was the length of 1 step taken by a character moving normally, so Gun Fu was usually divided into X steps. How many steps was the best depended on each player's preference, but those who could use 3 steps Gun Fu could also easily do 5 steps Gun Fu. However, those who could only use 5 steps Gun Fu would find it extremely difficult to do 3 steps Gun Fu. Every step required a faster reaction time and higher technical skill. Tang Xing had limited talent. After receiving Zhang Yue's guidance, he became specialized at Gun Fu. Unfortunately, he could only reach 5 steps and couldn't go past it. There was nothing Zhang Yue could do about that. In the past, his Gun Fu had also only reached 4 steps. He couldn't advance any further. He was fully aware of the helplessness of lacking talent, so he couldn't demand Tang Xing to break through to 4 steps. He could only have him continue improving his utilization of 5 steps Gun Fu. 5 steps Gun Fu was more than enough to deal with a rookie like Bao Rongxin. Tang Xing's sharpshooter rushed forward and quickly entered a 5-step radius. Zhang Yue nodded his head in satisfaction at Tang Xing's skillful Gun Fu. Steamed Bun looked somewhat panicked after being ambushed. It looked like he had no plans on resisting. Steamed Bun Invasion stumbled about from Tang Xing's sharpshooter. Running away seemed to be the only thing on his mind. Zhang Yue laughed loudly. That was too much of a rookie's reaction. He had no idea what to do when caught unprepared. He didn't have the experience to make any subconscious decisions. The only thing he could do was run. I truly don't understand why you keep using a player like him again and again. Zhang Yue looked towards Yiziu. What's the problem? Yiziu asked back. What the problem? Do I really need to point it out? Zhang Yue saw Steamed Bun Invasion's sorry figure. I think the problem is with you. Isn't running away the correct way of dealing with Gun Fu? Yiziu said. The smile on Zhang Yue's face suddenly froze. Yiziu's words were simple, but he understood his meaning. In more professional terminology, running away translated to constantly moving and altering the distance between the two sides. The crux of Gun Fu was distance. If Tang Xing controlled the distance, Gun Fu's characteristic of freely maneuvering around would be fully utilized. But if he couldn't control the distance, Gun Fu would be disrupted, giving the opponent an opportunity to counterattack. Steamed Bun Invasion was running and stumbling while being chased by Tang Xing's sharpshooter. That, along with him clearly being a rookie, made it difficult to connect it with tactics. After listening to Yiziu's words, he looked more carefully. Steamed Bun Invasion was running away like a dog, but he was successfully dodging attack after attack. Because Tang Xing needed to chase his opponent, he was unable to control the distance between them. Is he intentionally moving like that? Zhang Yue looked left and right. He couldn't help but think it didn't seem to be the case. If it was intentional, why did it need to look so ugly? But then again, this kind of ugliness would very likely lower Tang Xing's guard. From the individual competition, it could be seen that Team Happy's players didn't care about their images at all. They had no intentions of trying to gain the crowd's favor. They used whatever methods they could to win. For a team like that, pretending to be a fool to make the opponent lower his guard was as easy as pie. Tang Xing, don't fall for it. Hurry up and see through it. Zhang Yue started to worry. He had placed Tang Xing first to establish a psychological advantage because he knew that Team Happy certainly put God Yiqiu last in the group arena. If the two sides fought evenly in the first 2 rounds, God Yiqiu would determine the winner of this group arena. Even if they had their most outstanding player Tang Xing go last, Yiqiu wouldn't be afraid of him at all. Thus, he might as well just put Tang Xing first and hopefully have him beat more Team Happy players. That way, they might be able to have their remaining 2 players face Yiqiu. Wouldn't a 2v1 give them a psychological advantage? But now, Tang Xing might fall into a trap. How could he not worry? Not good. He was roaring at Tang Xing in his heart to notice, fearful of the consequences. But then an opening appeared in Tang Xing's Gun Fu. Zhang Yue, who was also an expert at Gun Fu, and immediately noticed it. And closely following it, a brick whistled by the King's Avatar Chapter 976 thwack. The sound of a brick smashing into a skull was clear and crisp. This brick was an expected follow-up in the eyes of Yiziu, Zhang Yue, and other skilled pro players. It was something that should have happened. However, in the eyes of normal players, it was completely unexpected. What they saw was steamed bun invasion being chased all over the map like a cowardly dog. Tang Xing's rhythm had become passive, creating an opening. This was pretty high-end, so it wasn't something just anyone could see. Yet this rookie who was completely unworthy of the pro stage in Zhang Yue's eyes not only saw it, but managed to grasp it. It was just that this brick was as inelegant as always, as if he had only managed to achieve it through pure coincidence. Was it a coincidence or? Zhang Yue was a little doubtful at first, but that doubt soon disappeared because the brick was only the beginning. After that, steamed bun invasion, who was originally at a disadvantage, unleashed his counterattack. Brawler skills came one after the other, instantly becoming a combo of skills. Tang Xing's sharpshooter's health plummeted. The advantage he had obtained through Gun Fu was soon turned around by this wave of counterattacks. Steady now. Zhang Yue secretly wiped away some sweat. Tang Xing wasn't Mysterious Fantasy's captain, and the player Zhang Yue gave the highest regard to for nothing. He might not have been able to take the counterattacks, but he quickly steadied himself after that. He threw out a grenade and then jumped backwards with the help of an aerial fire, hoping to create some distance between them. Who would have expected his opponent to be so fast to prevent this? After avoiding the shockwave from the explosion of the grenade, he charged forth with an attack readied, swiftly tossing a fistful of sand at the other. Tang Xing turned his view hurriedly. He could take the damage from sand toss but not the blind it would induce. Yet just as his view turned, he heard another thwack of a brick becoming intimate with his sharpshooter's head. So fast. Tang Xing was shocked. The brick had come immediately after the sand toss. This was a speed that even Tang Xing could only be ashamed of not having. This seemingly noobish rookie wasn't as simple as he had initially imagined. With the brick smacking into the back of his head, it had the priority of an attack from behind, and the sharpshooter immediately entered a dizzy state. Steamed bun invasion's next attack quickly followed, an uppercut launching the sharpshooter up into the air. The dizzy state wore off as soon as the attack hit. His character was already airborne, but Tang Xing didn't panic, turning his view and hoping to continue his offense. The aerial combat skill of Gun Fu was very impressive as well, especially if you managed to combine it with aerial fire. You could create amazing combos and attacks. Tang Xing wasn't skilled enough for that, but he could add a little into his mechanics every now and then. Yet, turning his view all the way round, he was surprised to realize that he hadn't seen steamed bun invasion at all. Where was he? Tang Xing was wondering in surprise, but then took another hit from steamed bun invasion. The shock he felt from this couldn't compare to his shock at getting hit by a few bricks. He was here, but unseen. This was the legendary vanishing step. Even in the pro circle, this was a skill at the cream of the crop and very few could master it. Yet now, a rookie that often made rookie mistakes no less, was somehow able to use such a high-end technique. Tang Xing was dumbstruck. Zhang Yue in the audience was also dumbstruck. Spectators often wouldn't be able to tell when vanishing step was being used. However, Zhang Yue had experience and judgment, and he was also very familiar with Tang Xing. Seeing Tang Xing's sharpshooter look around, he had been silently praising the other for being so calm in such a disadvantageous situation. But then he realized that after turning his view, Tang Xing's sharpshooter didn't take any action and seemed to have no intentions of attacking steamed bun invasion. Zhang Yue immediately managed to figure out that it wasn't that Tang Xing missed the opportunity, but that he had none in the first place. After turning his view around, he never found steamed bun invasion. Then what could it be? Obviously vanishing step. Alighting on this thought, Zhang Yue forgot to close his gaping mouth. He subconsciously glanced at Yiziu. Yiziu's smile looked very enigmatic. So Happy really would do anything for victory, huh? Even an expert who could accomplish the high-end technique vanishing step was pretending to be a complete noob. What couldn't they do? Pretending to be a swine to eat a tiger. Zhang Yue's head was filled with this phrase. His mental representation of steamed bun invasion became more and more towering. What was this person's true strength? His original research and understanding seemed to be completely wrong. What should he do? Zhang Yue was extremely anxious, but even if he thought of something now, what could he do? He couldn't communicate with the unmatched Tang Xing. Once the match started, everything relied on the player. Tang Xing was obviously also caught completely off guard by this vanishing step, getting beaten to the ground by a round of combos from steamed bun invasion, even taking 2 sweeps. Tang Xing had even forgotten how to use the basic quick recover. Zhang Yue's mood fell further. However, he didn't blame Tang Xing. This unimaginable strength of Bao Rongxing's was something completely out of their expectations. Going up against an expert that had mastered Vanishing Step was a bit too much for Tang Xing. However, Tang Xing soon steadied himself. His stupor just now was because of surprise. He was already used to being intimidated. Mysterious Fantasy was a weak team, and he was a player with limited skill. In his 2 years with Mysterious Fantasy, he had been continuously engaging with players whose strength was beyond his. This was the story of Tang Xing's pro career. He was very experienced with fighting stronger opponents. What this experience gave him was mostly calm in facing such perilous situations. If he really could use this to win, then he wouldn't be such a weak player. Seeing Tang Xing steady himself again, Zhang Yue sighed. He knew that this was something brought to Tang Xing by Mysterious Fantasy's situation in the alliance. However, after he sighed, his eyes lit up. The calm that Tang Xing had when going up against experts allowed him to occasionally grasp some opportunities, especially those who were proud and underestimated their opponents, or the young and inexperienced. Bao Rongxing being proud and underestimating them. Of course he hadn't. To win against them, he didn't care about how inelegant he had to be. Was there any pride in that? As for inexperienced, this newbie who had barely experienced any pro matches had pretty much no experience. The experience from Peking in the arena was completely different from pro match experience. Bao Rongxing was a player that Tang Xing could win against. Seeing Tang Xing calm down and engage the other again, Zhang Yue suddenly found a new hope, staring at the match intently. An opening. Zhang Yue's eyes lit up, but it seemed as if Tang Xing hadn't seen it and the opportunity passed. Zhang Yue shook his head and sat up straight. Yet it hadn't been 5 seconds before his heart leaped again. Another opening. Yet Tang Xing still wasn't taking advantage of this opening. Or rather, he didn't even try. What on earth? Zhang Yue couldn't understand. The first opening came and went quickly, so it was normal that Tang Xing wouldn't be able to grasp it. However, the second opening was a big one. There was no reason that Tang Xing wouldn't be able to use it. Could it be? Zhang Yue glanced at Xiu on Happy's side. This guy still had the same smile on his face as before. Those 2 openings were traps. Zhang Yue felt enlightened. Pro matches were always like this, full of feints and traps. Everyone was trying to find openings but had to be careful that the opening they found wasn't actually bait. Realizing that Bao Rongxing wasn't a simple character, then what else could those mistakes be? Did this even need an explanation? Tang Xing was doing the right thing. He had to maintain this calm. Zhang Yue nodded in approval. Thus, the calm Tang Xing continued to stall with steamed bun, not daring to be impatient and waiting for a better chance to turn the tables. There was a song that was appropriate for the current situation, waiting and seeing, fading away quietly. Tang Xing's sharpshooter's health began to fade quietly, just like that. This was because he never managed to find a better chance to turn the tables. The openings that his opponent gave all seemed fake to him, like there was a label trap pasted on it. In addition, he, who had positioned himself in the place of the weaker player in his mind, gave up on attacking directly and instead went on the defensive, making sure he was as safe and secure as possible. Defending and counter-attacking was the usual strategy of the week. Unfortunately, this time, his strategy wasn't very appropriate. No matter if it was him or Zhang Yue, they had both deeply misunderstood steamed bun. What sort of player was he, really? Their understanding was continuously changing. Currently, Tang Xing thought that steamed bun was an expert, so he went on the defensive, immediately receiving a round of vicious smacks from steamed bun invasion. Steamed bun was having so much fun smacking him that his attacks became full of openings. Yet Tang Xing, over here, shook his head telling himself no, these aren't openings. Such ridiculous openings had to be traps. He continued to wait and see. Disregarding his slowly fading health, he himself ended up desolate and heartbroken as well. Zhang Yue was much more experienced than Tang Xing, understanding what was happening after watching for a while. This Bao Rongxing was actually like they had originally thought. He wasn't pretending or anything. Upon being ambushed by Gun Fu, something he couldn't deal with, he ran. While running, he found an opening, so he counterattacked. His counterattack hit, so he made a follow-up combo. This was something every player of Glory should be able to do. As for that vanishing step, it might really have been a coincidence that he moved into Tang Xing's blind spot with a step. Then all the openings now were real. So seeing that Tang Xing was letting all these opportunities slip away, Zhang Yue was anxious to the point where he wanted to stomp his feet. He hoped that Tang Xing could quickly figure out what was happening. However, Tang Xing's mind was set this time. In the end, he never found the opening he wanted and was wiped out by steamed bun invasion. When he came down from the stage, his was still wearing a perplexed expression. He felt exactly how he felt against the experts and gods he had faced in the past. Though he had lost, he had done all he could. Zhang Yue wanted to cry. This was no expert. He really was just a rookie. The King's Avatar, chapter 977. Seeing Tang Xing standing calmly in front of him, Zhang Yue didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only let loose a deep sigh. What? Tang Xing still hadn't comprehended what had just happened. You worry too much. Zhang Yue shook his head. He didn't mention how he had been worried too. However, he soon realized it. That guy really is a rookie. You place too much importance on him. Zhang Yue pointed to the stage. Ah, Tang Xing was astonished, but Zhang Yue laughed bitterly and shook his head. He knew what Tang Xing wanted to say. Sit down and just keep watching, Zhang Yue said to Tang Xing. Then he told the second player who would be going on stage, be aggressive, punish him for his mistakes. Tang Xing sat in a daze on the side. He saw his teammate walk onto the stage and fight with Bao Rongxing. He launched an aggressive offense at the very start and won with just a sliver of health left. Tang Xing glanced at his coach in bewilderment. He didn't know what Zhang Yue wanted him to see. Zhang Yue's face was ashen. If the player coming down from the stage had been his player, he would have given him a fierce scolding. You went in at full health to fight someone at half health, yet you almost died. That performance had been too trashy. As for Team Happy's Bao Rongxing, Zhang Yue was also puzzled. This time, he wasn't full of holes like he had been in the previous match. When he fought against this team mysterious fantasy player, he would sometimes make a sudden move, which even an experienced veteran like Zhang Yue couldn't comprehend at all. Has this Bao Rongxing reached a level so high that even I can't understand it? Zhang Yue noticed Tang Xing's confused gaze, but he really couldn't give him an explanation at this moment either. This Bao Rongxing had completely befuddled him. Next up for Team Happy was Tang Ru. She quickly and easily cleaned up that nearly dead team mysterious fantasy player. This player came down stage dejectedly. Zhang Yue wasn't able to scold him for his trash performance. Their third player stood in front of him with fear, waiting for guidance. How could he not feel afraid? He originally thought that they would face God Yiqiu with a numbers advantage and build a psychological advantage, but everything was reversed right now. The other side still had God Yiqiu leisurely sitting there. On stage, there was still a practically full health soft mist. Let alone God Yiqiu, Tang Ru wasn't a player to be taken lightly. Battle Mage and Yiqiu's teammate. Those two phrases FC King put together were terrifying enough. Then there was Tang Ru herself. Her technical skill was impressive and her fighting spirit was inextinguishable. Just these 2 points made her a headache to play against. And she was also super beautiful. Don't think that such a stat had no effect during a match. When facing a hot girl, players would sometimes have a mentality that they shouldn't have in a match, like holding back, showing off, teasing, etc. All of these could lead to a tip of the scales. And even if this player could beat her, he would have to face God Yiqiu next. Towards this player, Zhang Yue couldn't say anything but good luck. Did you not hear what Tang Ru said to Team Happy when she was about to go up? She asked Yiziu, "Do you need to warm up?" Yiziu just laughed. He didn't reply to her question. As a result, Tang Ru didn't give him an opportunity and killed her nearly dead opponent without fooling around. Not only was Team Mysterious Fantasy able to build any sort of psychological advantage, the confidence of these two formidable opponents caused their third player to utterly collapse. The group arena ended shortly afterwards. Team Happy only needed 2 players to beat all of Team Mysterious Fantasy's players. After this round, Team Happy had won all 5 points. The situation had now become a Udai scenario. The outcome of the following team competition wouldn't only decide the winner of this match, but who would make it out of groups. At this point, it was impossible for Team Happy and Team Mysterious Fantasy to both make it out. The loser of this team competition would have their journey cut short. The notion spreading around before the match of how Team Happy and Team Mysterious Fantasy would have a tacit agreement to send Team Traitor out of groups had now been completely dispelled. But then again, in this group with 5 teams, one team would have no opponent to play against every round, so it was easy for a hole to appear. For example, in this round, if Team Happy and Team Mysterious Fantasy really did make a tacit agreement before, there was nothing Team Traitor could do. It didn't happen in the end. Both teams were fighting to the death, but at this point, Team Happy's psychological advantage over Team Mysterious Fantasy was quite obvious. The team competition had been the section of the match that they needed to win from the very start. They had mentally prepared themselves for this a long time ago. However, Team Mysterious Fantasy thought that they could end this battle in the individual competition or group arena. Yet the life-of-death match had dragged onto the team competition. It wasn't like they hadn't considered the possibility of this development, but there was no way they would be as certain as Team Happy. The pressure on them suddenly multiplied. The entire team was quiet. Even Zhang Yue couldn't squeeze out a smile. In the end, he also thought that their defeat was imminent, but he knew that he was the pillar of their team. At this moment, he could not collapse no matter what. Even if he was only pretending, he had to show his unwaverable confidence in the team. Zhang Yue looked at everyone in Team Mysterious Fantasy one by one. He noted everyone's expression. He didn't immediately say anything. Encouragement needed to be done at the right time. The situation and the words mattered. Zhang Yue had been a coach for 2 years and was quite proficient at his job. He gave the players some time. After digesting their current situation, Zhang Yue clapped to get everyone's attention. Then he began admonishing them. Did we already lose? How come I seem to remember that there's still 5 points waiting to be taken? We didn't perform as well as expected in the individual competitions, but that doesn't mean we need to be discouraged. Next up, it's time for us to show our team's strength. Do I need to repeat what our advantages are? We are Team Mysterious Fantasy. We've always been challenging opponents far greater than ourselves, but when did we ever fear them? Everyone has been too relaxed because of the Challenger League. Have you guys forgotten about the courage that you've always had? That's perfect then. It's time to summon up that courage. Happy is very strong. What about excellent era? Such a powerful opponent is waiting for us in the later stages. If we get discouraged, how are we going to challenge excellent era? How are we going to make it back to the alliance? We can lose, but no team can scare us. We came here to challenge excellent era. We're not even scared of excellent era. So does Happy count for anything? Forget about those previous losses. The match has only just begun. Focus. Go on stage and beat Happy. Yes, the players in Team Mysterious Fantasy heard Zhang Yui's speech and their spirits instantly surged. These players were about to go on stage. Under their captain Tang Xing's lead, they lay in wait. I hope you guys haven't forgotten our arrangements for the team competition, Zhang Yui said. Of course. The team competition players nodded their heads. They looked towards Happy at Happy's cleric and Wenyi. For Team Mysterious Fantasy, he was their target. The experienced Zhang Yui saw through the weaknesses in Wenyi, so he formulated a strategy targeting their healer. Players on both sides, get ready to go on stage. When it was about time, the referee called out to the players. Go, beat them. Zhang Yui and the other players who wouldn't be going up cheered on their 6 players. On Team Happy's side, Yiziu personally led the team onto the stage. He heard Zhang Yui shout and even turned his head to smile at him. Zhang Wenyi was thinking about some way to respond to Yiziu's smile when his 6 players turned their heads to look at him. They were in utter disbelief. What's wrong? Zhang Yui didn't know what had happened. He saw the 6 turn around and followed their gazes. And Wenyi was still sitting in Team Happy's seats. Zhang Yui was shocked. He hastily turned to look at Happy's players. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Yes, 6. Zhang Yui counted again and confirmed it. Team Happy had sent out 6 players in this team competition, but they actually weren't bringing a healer. The team competition hadn't even begun yet, but just looking at the players sent out, Zhang Yui was already dumbstruck. It was only until the players next to him called out to him did he wake up. He saw that the referee was urging the 6 players to hurry up and go on stage. They were currently walking slowly onto the stage, stalling for time. They turned their heads every 3 steps, looking hopefully at him. And Wenyi wouldn't actually be playing in the team competition. Their original plan had been completely messed up. They were hoping that their coach would hurry and give them some sort of instruction. Zhang Yui understood. He wasn't allowed to say much right now, though. He could only point towards Happy and say, "Steamed bun." The 6 players heard his words and nodded their heads. Steamed bun. That was obviously steamed bun invasion. The 2 sides went to their respective seats. They swiped their cards and logged into the game. When they entered the competition interface, the 6 players saw the other side's arrangements and suddenly wanted to cry. And Wenyi had been their main target, but Wenyi didn't go on stage. Steamed Bun became their new target, but the other side put Steamed Bun as their 6th player. At this point, they couldn't look for their coach for any guidance anymore. For a moment, the 6 players didn't know what to do. Zhang Yui saw the display from the stream and also froze. He could already figure out what his 6 players on stage were thinking, but there was nothing they could do because there were still no rules in the alliance regarding coaches. According to the rules, his usage as a coach in a match was very limited. He could only study the opponents and make some arrangements before the match. As soon as the match started, the players could only rely on themselves. In the current glory competitive scene, coaches changing their planned strategy right before the match wasn't a thing. So when an unexpected situation occurred, Zhang Yui could only feel powerless. As a result, he usually made a few backup plans, but this time, he could never have imagined that the other side would play the team competition without a Healer the King's Avatar Chapter 978. Hello friends, let's return back to the stage. Happy versus Mysterious Fantasy. This match will determine who will be eliminated during this knockout tournament. On the screen now is a list of the players who will be going on stage from Team Happy. Looking at this list, I'm sure those who have been paying attention to Team Happy must have realized something. After the ad break, the broadcast returned to the competition stage, and the commentator incessantly started talking. Yes, Happy's team composition doesn't have a healer. What a bold move. To dare to make such a move in a life and death battle, we have no choice but to recognize Happy's courage. I think this arrangement is surely a huge surprise to Mysterious Fantasy. I hope that their plans won't be thrown into disorder because of this. It wasn't good for the commentator to be biased towards one side, so after admiring Happy, he gave his blessings to Mysterious Fantasy to make up for it. Unfortunately, the commentator's remark was spot on. Team Mysterious Fantasy's plans had been completely thrown into disarray because of Team Happy's surprise move. After the 5-second countdown, the battle began. Zhang Yue didn't want to look at the screen. Happy's unexpected team composition had disrupted his arrangements. As a result, his value as a coach couldn't be shown in this team competition. Everything depended on the players on stage to resolve. And for Team Mysterious Fantasy, without the guidance from their coach, they had undoubtedly lost their main pillar of support. When the battle began, Team Happy's 5 leading players rushed towards Team Mysterious Fantasy's location like wolves. The players on Team Mysterious Fantasy still hadn't moved yet. They were currently discussing what to do in the team chat. And Wenny's little cold hands wasn't there. Steamed Bun Invasion wasn't there either. Who should they target among Team Happy's 5 players? Yi Ziu, Sun Jiping, Wei Chen. Even if these 3 were gods of the past, they were still towering mountains compared to them. Kaio Yifan. He had come from Team Tiny Herb. Even though he didn't seem to have made any accomplishments in Team Tiny Herb, just being accepted into Team Tiny Herb made him appear more precious than them. Being a part of Team Mysterious Fantasy truly meant that they were the bottom rung of the pro scene. Getting noticed by a top team like Team Tiny Herb was only a dream to them. Besides these 4, there was only Tang Ru left. She was an extremely beautiful girl. They had cast their glances on her not just a few times off stage, but right now, in this life and death battle, they placed their attitudes towards beauties aside. Even though Tang Ru wasn't someone easily provoked compared to those 4, her background seemed the least impressive. No. If you had to pick a persimmon, pick a soft one. Tang Ru was soon recognized as their new main target. Afterwards, the Team Mysterious Fantasy players finally shifted into formation. After confirming their target, it wasn't hard to execute their practice tactics. Zhang Yue saw his players begin to move. Every character was methodically arranged. It looked like they had a clear plan in mind. What were they planning on doing? Zhang Yue could no longer remain calm. He anxiously stood up, staring at the screen. The players on both sides began their first exchange. Team Happy was in an X formation. Sun Jiping's Another Summer of Sleep and Tang Ru's Soft Mist stood at the front. Wei Chen's Windward Formation and Kaio Yifan's 1-inch Ash stood at the back. Yi Ziu's Lord Grim was positioned in the middle. It was a very ordinary and unsurprising formation. After Team Mysterious Fantasy saw Team Happy's formation, they quickly adjusted their formation. They shifted towards their main target, Soft Mist. Their captain, Tang Xin, quickly spoke in the team channel. Heavenly Lightning, Earth and Fire. Heroic Leap to split them apart. Cloud Grasping Fist to grab her. Team Mysterious Fantasy's first 5 players consisted of a sharpshooter, elementalist, knight, chi master and paladin. 2 long-range defensive classes, 1 mid-ranged class, 1 close-range defensive knight, and 1 healer and defensive paladin. The cautiousness of a weak team was completely revealed by their team composition. This team composition didn't have much close combat ability. It was clearly because Team Mysterious Fantasy didn't dare to directly confront other teams. Because of this, they needed to use other methods to obtain victory. After their captain finished giving out instructions, the 5 mysterious fantasy players rushed towards Happy. They took the initiative and launched the first attack. Too impatient, Zhang Yue stomped his feet in worry. He had brought this team up with his own hands. As soon as he saw their formation, he could already see through their intentions. However, attacking first wasn't their team mysterious fantasy's strength. What's more, their team composition didn't have powerful surprise attack capabilities. It had to be said that the strength of Team Mysterious Fantasy's players was limited. In terms of tactics, because of the existence of their coach Zhang Yue, the players were used to listening to his orders. Their ability to create their own strategies became even weaker. The thinking behind their plan had some clear problems. How could such crude tactics not be cleaned up by Team Happy? Team Happy had Yiziu, the most senior of the 4 master tacticians. Numerous glory tactics had been invented by him. Zhang Yue himself didn't dare to say he was more capable at tactics than Yiziu. Right now, these Team Mysterious Fantasy players, who were used to relying on someone else's tactics, went up to battle against Yiziu. A dull gray once again consumed Zhang Yue's heart. But Team Mysterious Fantasies players couldn't feel their coach's current emotions. They had already started their attacks. The Elementalist cast a heavenly lightning earth and fire. The Knight used heroic leap, directly splitting the line between Soft Mist and Lord Grim to separate Soft Mist from the rest of her allies. Bang! A gunshot sounded. Mysterious Fantasy's Elementalist hadn't noticed at all. Lord Grim's attack forced him to cancel his spell cast. The Knight had already rushed forward with heroic leap, but while he was still in the air, he was suspended where he was. Soft Mist's spear was raised high in the air, stabbing him and making him appear like a piece of clothing hung out to dry. That was just the visual impression in that instant. Circle Swing didn't give any time to pose for a picture. As soon as the spear struck him, he was flung down without any delay. At this moment, Mysterious Fantasy's Chi Master had successfully executed Cloud Grasping Fist and dragged her towards their knight. The others weren't able to protect her. This grab struck, and Soft Mist was dragged over. The knight pierced by her spear as well as the remaining arc of the Circle Swing were pulled over to the Chi Master as well. The Chi Master crashed into the ground, struck by his own allied knight, who had been smashed down by Circle Swing. The crowd erupted with laughter. That scene was too funny. The Chi Master using Cloud Grasping Fist reaped what he had sown. In the first exchange alone, 2 players from Team Mysterious Fantasy had been knocked into the ground. Their opening move was going extremely poorly. Tang Ru's Soft Mist was full of life, though. She didn't panic after being pulled into the enemy ranks by Cloud Grasping First. Instead, she took the opportunity to attack. The 2 on the ground hadn't gotten up yet, and the Sharpshooter and Paladin were already being forced back by her. They had originally planned on grabbing Soft Mist and killing her, but after she was grabbed, they were the ones being forced into helplessness. Team Mysterious Fantasy's first wave of attacks looked very embarrassing. Tang Xin's Sharpshooter stepped back 5 steps. It was the distance that he was most familiar with. Following afterwards, he was just about to unleash his gun Fu when a hexagram prison suddenly erupted from the ground. Tang Xin hastily jumped out of the way in fright. Windward Formation's hexagram prison had been avoided, but Lord Grim's anti-tank missiles were still flying towards him. Tang Xin wanted to dodge again, but Soft Mist had already reached him. Not only was their target Soft Mist not beaten black and blue, she became the dagger that was lodged in the chink of their armor. At this moment, Tang Xin deeply felt like his plans had been terrible. The other side took advantage of it and turned the tides in their favor. Tang Xin's Sharpshooter was pressed on both sides and had no path for retreat. Fortunately, he had teammates to help him. The knight got back up and rushed over with a shield strike. Soft Mist had no choice but to dodge it. The Chi Master punched and sent a dragon wave flying over. But then, he saw a figure descending from the sky. Another summer of sleep had landed with a collapsing mountain. His body ate the dragon wave and his sword slashed fiercely towards the knight. The knight raised his shield to block it, and a loud, muffled sound erupted. While making his declaration, another fierce character from Team Happy had approached. Sun Jiping's experience was far richer than Tang Ru's. Compared to Tang Ru, he knew more clearly how to make things difficult for Team Mysterious Fantasy. His first strike was blocked by the shield. He didn't mind. He began ferociously slamming down on the knight's shield, forcing the knight to take step after step backwards. The shield could greatly reduce knockback effects. However, it couldn't completely resist Sun Jiping's frenzy. The knockback from skillfully linked attacks forcibly broke through what the shield could take. The knight continued to be forced back, giving Soft Mist a new path to maneuver around in. With a dragon breaks the ranks, Soft Mist sent the Chi Master flying far away. Tang Ru didn't have her Soft Mist chase after him. She turned around and began attacking the knight, along with Sun Jiping. That knight was unable to get away from Sun Jiping. He could only watch helplessly as Soft Mist attacked. He could only hope that his teammates could break through and rescue him. However, when he turned his head to look, their elementalist was jumping like a rabbit under Lord Grimm's gunfire, and their team's sharpshooter was being suppressed by Windward Formation's long-ranged curses. Their sharpshooter wouldn't be able to escape for a while. Warlock attacks weren't as simple as just damage. Many of their skills were catered towards control. As for their Chi Master, he was still trying to get up after being sent flying away by Soft Mist's dragon break the ranks. As for their Paladin, their Paladin was still there. Furthermore, another summer of sleep and Soft Mist were pushing him towards his own Paladin. They wanted to get rid of both him and the Paladin all at once. The King's Avatar Chapter 979, Happy's playstyle surprised even the coach, Zhang Yue, let alone the mysterious fantasy players on stage. They dared to fight openly like this without even bringing a healer. What kind of arrogance and confidence was this? However, when they saw characters Another Summer of Sleep and Soft Mist push their knight towards their Paladin, Zhang Yue reacted at once. Happy still had a strategic target. Their first target was still the healer. This was a very traditional, standard, and unsurprising fighting style. However, by spreading out, scattering Mysterious Fantasies formation, and then switching targets, the thought process behind their tactics were much more elaborate and ambiguous. In comparison, the way that Team Mysterious Fantasies characters started to cut in by throwing 3 skills at Soft Mist was straightforward, rough, and crude. Happy's fighting style was rich in variation, so when their true intentions were revealed, it was very likely that it was already too late for the opponent to stop them. This match was exactly like that. Mysterious Fantasies Knight served as Happy's tactical cover. After pushing him for some distance, Another Summer of Sleep and Soft Mist immediately ditched him. They rushed towards the Paladin, who was not far from the knight, in unison. Mysterious Fantasies Paladin had been actively healing the entire team. The knight became his main target after being pincered between 2 people. However, the 2 characters that had been pincer attacking the knight in the previous second had now turned the points of their weapons towards him. The Paladin obviously wouldn't stand still to fight back and resist head-on. However, when he turned around, Kaio Yifen's 1-inch ash had managed to sneak behind him. He didn't know when that had happened. An ice boundary was cast, and it trapped the Paladin within it. Smaller boundaries were connected by larger boundaries. While the Paladin was suppressed, Another Summer of Sleep and Soft Mist arrived and started their wave of attacks. The Paladin had nowhere to go, so he could only use his skills head-on. First, he used a Holy Shield technique to protect him from the front, then a life activation to immediately recover some of his health. This was followed by Angel's Might, which put the paladin at the center as a ray of light stretched out in 360 degrees, so it not only delivered damage to targets within the lit area, but it would also create a strong knockback effect, which allowed him to be immune to knockdowns. Neither Sun Jiping nor Tang Ru's classes had no way of negating Angel Might's knockback effect, but both of them did their best. Although Angel Might had a knockback effect, but as an interrupt skill, it would only be effective towards skills that required the user to be immobile while casting. In comparison to other interrupt skills, it was fairly inferior when compared to the types of grabs. Another Summer of Sleep wasn't able to stop himself from sliding back. He carried his greatsword on his back, and his surroundings turned red. The greatsword boiled like blood as it continued to swell and get bigger. When his sword was drawn down, the blood erupted and a cloud of bloody mist immediately spread out. This was the big, level 70 skill of the Berserker, Crimson Storm. As for Soft Mist, her spear transformed into a dragon when she swung it. Although she was retreating, her transformed spear's magical battle aura surged ahead. Its blast managed to strike the paladin. Although Angel might manage to force another Summer of Sleep and Soft Mist back, it couldn't avoid either of the two's big moves. The summoned Holy Shield technique couldn't resist the two skills at all. The shield was blasted to bits, and the erupting, boiling red color of the magical battle aura completely swallowed up the poor paladin in an instant. After Kaio Yifen's 1-inch ash was finished with his support as a phantom demon, he didn't stand around and do nothing. He attacked with his katana to help dish out damage. Too fierce. Happy's response is truly fierce. We need to remember that they didn't bring a healer. When faced with the paladin's Angel's Might, they continued to deal damage despite having to bear the damage taken. The broadcast commentator exclaimed unstoppingly, "This mysterious fantasy player is in danger. He's in between Happy's pincer attacks, so he can only pray for his teammates to arrive quickly to save him. Now, where are his teammates?" The broadcast screen switched to the other members of Mysterious Fantasy. The knight had been heavily targeted by another Summer of Sleep and Soft Mist, but now it was his turn to proactively intercept the two. The Chi Master, who had been blasted away, was now rushing forward. Since he had mid-ranged attacks, he punched out a sky-piercing strike towards Soft Mist and another Summer of Sleep. However, with a flicker, another Summer of Sleep circled around to Soft Mist's front. He used his body to take on Chi Master's sky-piercing strike. Soft Mist wasn't interrupted by the attack, so she continued to attack the paladin furiously. The paladin's Angel's Might wasn't able to turn the tides. After giving himself 2 instant and strong heals, he used Firm Will to boost his defense. He then spun his view around in an attempt to see if any of his teammates could quickly come to his rescue. Unfortunately, before he could wait for his teammates' attacks to arrive, Yiziu's Lord Grim and Wei Chen's Windward formation had found some openings to throw some skills his way. The paladin could only rely on his class' powerful defense to stay alive. Finally, the knight from his team rushed to his side and activated Holy Punishment. Tang Ru's Soft Mist had to avoid it. The moment she moved aside, Sun Jiping appeared with his greatsword and parried the Holy Punishment head-on. Using an attack to parry Holy Punishment, the broadcast commentator uttered in disbelief. Luckily, the audience could only hear his voice and not see his face. Holy Punishment's attacking rhythm was controlled by the controller, so it didn't have a set rhythm. In addition, its damage could layer on top of another and increase. The commentator didn't know whether using an attack to parry such a skill was courageous or insane. The clanging of weapons between the two characters rang incessantly. Mysterious Fantasy's knight couldn't really believe what was happening. Someone actually dared to use pure technical skill to take on Holy Punishment. Was he being looked down on? Even a clay person had a bit of temper. Such an abnormal scene was happening to him. His self-esteem took a lot of damage. He started to focus on holy punishment while disregarding everything else. All in all, it was difficult to hold back holy punishment with just technical skill in the first place. After Sun Jiping's another summer of sleep had parried for a bit, he couldn't keep it up after the opponent increased his speed. Normal attacks couldn't parry holy punishment, so he had to counter it with skills. However, all skills would have a cooldown time, so while holy punishment wouldn't have this problem, another summer of sleep eventually used up all of his skills. When he could only use normal attacks to counter it, Mysterious Fantasy's knight felt really at ease and attacked again and again. The numerous consecutive attacks pushed another summer of sleep to the point that another summer of sleep couldn't hold on any longer. "You idiot! Watch where you are going!" However, the knight's oppressive attacks towards Sun Jiping angered Zhang Yue to the point that he cursed out loud. The knight furiously pursued another summer of sleep with attacks and gave up the chance to protect the paladin, who was left there by himself. What other possibilities were there for an exposed healer except to get beaten up? The broadcast followed the knight's crazy holy punishment, but the position he had left was even more exciting. Soft Mist's battle spear turned and stabbed fiercely towards the paladin. Although Mysterious Fantasy's Chi Master picked out a chance to do something, it wasn't a class that specialized in fighting at close distances. The advantage in mid-range attacks and support couldn't save the paladin. In Mysterious Fantasy, the one that had the best chance in saving the healer was the knight, but this guy had been led away by Sun Jiping's forceful response. When the broadcast switched back to this scene, the commentator suddenly came to realize the truth. Amid the courageousness in Sun Jiping's attacks, there was also a devious trick. The knight player only managed to realize what happened after the holy punishment had finished. He hurriedly tried to turn back to save the healer, but how could Sun Jiping let him off the hook so easily? He pursued the knight with a chain of wild slashes. All the advantages he gained from the holy punishment was taken away after a few attacks. They had a healer with them, so theoretically, exchanging blood shouldn't be a disadvantage. However, the problem was that they were about to lose their healer. Lord Grimm and Windward Formation on the other side exchanged positions. Under the coverage of Lord Grimm, Windward Formation managed to summon Death's Door. Players who wanted to step ahead had to consider again. Being captured by Death's Door couldn't be countered by mere controls. At least, low-ranked pro players in the league like the ones in Mysterious Fantasy didn't have this confidence. The crucial issue of saving the healer was changed into breaking Death's Door. Since Death's Door's caster was under the coverage of Lord Grimm, members of Mysterious Fantasy all switched their firepower that way. Zhang Yue once again sighed. He couldn't even curse. It could clearly be seen just how little hope he had left. Happy was leading his team by the nose. The disparity between the two teams in terms of tactics already put in Zhang Yue in despair. In his heart, he faintly felt like even if Happy hadn't come out with something unexpected leading to his plans being ruined, even if his tactical arrangement had been in place, the other side had Yiziu leading Team Happy, while he himself was off stage unable to do anything. Team Mysterious Fantasy would have fallen either way. He continued to look for holes in Team Happy. Sometimes it was because the healing wasn't enough. Sometimes it was because Steamed Bun was a novice. However, Team Mysterious Fantasy's biggest weakness had been grasped by the other side. Coach. For Team Mysterious Fantasy, their wins were because of the coach. Their losses were also because of the coach. Because of the difficulty in coordinating with the team, the effectiveness in coaching was limited. Mid-match, the coach's plans might fail. It was also possible that unexpected things could lead to changes in the situation. In a normal team, the team captain would make immediately adjustments. However, Team Mysterious Fantasy depended on their coach. their tactics would immediately crash down. Their defeat was simply logical. Zhang Yue, who had been uneasy and nervous the entire time, calmed down at this moment. He already knew what the results would be. No matter if the outcome was good or bad, it at least gave him a peace of mind. Team Mysterious Fantasy's journey stopped here. Zhang Yue was upset. If he hadn't overthought things, if they had won one more point than Team Trader, if they had maintained a qualifying spot the entire time. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Team Mysterious Fantasy would be eliminated the King's Avatar Chapter 980 Glory. When the team competition was replaced by this massive word, Zhang Yue had completely collapsed on his seat. Although he had seen the lack of initiative Mysterious Fantasy had during the team competition and guessed the results, with the match still ongoing, he still bore hope for a miracle in his heart. It was only until now that Zhang Yue's hopes finally turned to ashes. Excellent Era was in this season's Challenger League, which was quite the blow for those who wanted to return to the Pro League. In truth, Mysterious Fantasy had long since been prepared for an extra year in the Challenger League. Now, however, they had been eliminated without even meeting Excellent Era. That was inexcusable. Zhang Yue was the true core of Team Mysterious Fantasy. In successes, he contributed the most. In failures, he couldn't escape the responsibility. And this match had completely revealed to him how little control coaches like him had over the situation under the current rules. Zhang Yue felt that his future was even bleaker than Mysterious Fantasies. The players of both teams came down from the stage one by one. Mysterious Fantasies players gathered around of their own volition, yet their coach didn't say a word sitting there so silently. It was scary. They didn't dare make any noise either, just standing there with their heads bowed, quietly waiting. Yet next to them, laughter and celebration filled Happy's player stands. At the same time, in the audience, the few Happy fans as well as the EQ fans were cheering in excitement. In the media seating area, Chang Xian was almost jumping in joy. They won. Happy won, Brother Cao. There were quite a few reporters around them, so Chang Xian stayed discreet, simply pulling on Cao Guangcheng, who sat next to him, and sharing his joy. Heh, not bad. Cao Guangcheng squeezed out a smile. He was surprised that Happy had really managed to obtain such a one-sided victory and guarantee Mysterious Fantasy's elimination. Could this Happy really pose a threat to Excellent Era? Cao Guangcheng couldn't help the anxiety in his heart. However, looking at his fellow reporters, he found that they were rather happy that Happy was advancing to the next round. It was just that they were happy for a different reason. Chang Xian was happy because he had feelings for Happy and hoped that this team could do better and walk further. As for the other reporters, they were hoping for a drama-filled clash between EQ and Excellent Era, so none of them wanted Happy to be eliminated too early. 10-0, Happy eventually defeated Mysterious Fantasy with such a huge lead. This result was probably very unexpected to most people, right? However, you have to admit that this is an appropriate conclusion to this round. Team Happy is the biggest surprise of the season for the Challenger League, and 2 ex-pro teams have already fell to them. Who knows what other surprises they'll bring us in the following events? Let us wait and see. The commentator for the broadcast was finishing up on his commentary for the match. The other 7 matches had either already finished or were nearing their end. The final rankings of each group would be decided today, and on the electronic screen, facing 4 different directions, the rankings for each group was shown on each on. Those groups that still had a chance were at their most nervous, but this had nothing to do with Mysterious Fantasy anymore. After standing around and staring at their coach for a while, they finally heard their coach speak. "Let's go." Zhang Yue stood, calmly calling his team over. Admonishment. That would do nothing now. Encouragement. That could wait until after he secured his own future. They hadn't even advanced past the group matches. Zhang Yue was very clear that this wouldn't satisfy their boss, especially since this match had exposed a lot of problems. There was a big question mark on if he could still stand with these team members in Team Mysterious Fantasy. Team Mysterious Fantasy left silently like that, and not many people noticed the departure of these failures. The audience was all watching the remaining matches while keeping an eye on the rankings. Group B was the first group to settle on its advancing teams. Happy was first, and Trader was second. The second group was Group D. Excellent Era's first place in this group had been set in stone from the beginning, and ended up with a full 40 points, showing off Excellent Era's absolute advantage in the Challenger League. Everyone in this group could only hope for second. As the last two matches ended, Group D's second advancing team was decided, a team called the Limit of Heat. The third group that had its advancing teams decided was Group A. Jade Dynasty obtained first with a small lead, and the second team was one called Scorching Fields. And this team, according to the rules of the Challenger League, would be Happy's next opponent. Group C's matches still hadn't finished, but not many people cared. Their half had Excellent Era, and no one believed anything that happened in this group would affect Excellent Era's dominance. The 8 quarter-finalists were all decided on this night, and the next round's match arrangement would be automatically generated. The following matches for the Challenger League would continue in a knockout-style best-of-1 game with no difference in home or away. The map would be decided by the hosting party, all made by the Glory Game Company specially for the following games. With a match every week, the champions would be decided in 3 weeks. As for the competitive format, it would go by an entirely new format which would be used for the first time ever in the Challenger League offline tournament. The new format decreased the 3 parts of the game to 2. The individual matches would be removed, leaving only the group arena and team competition. However, the group arena would be changed from 3-on-3 to 5-on-5. The scoring system would be the all-new headcount scoring system. For example, if in the group arena someone was overwhelming enough to wipe out all 5 members of the other team, they would get 5 points. If 2 people managed to destroy all 5, they would get 4 points. 3 people and they'd obtain 3 points. 4 people and they'd get 2. 5 people and they'd get 1. If all 5 people went up and weren't able to defeat the other team, they would lose and would get no points. The team competition would be the same. The points depended on how many people were left on your side, a point per person. The final score would be the total of the 2. Because of the change in the scoring system, the format was all too new. After the Alliance leaked this, experts immediately began pointing out that this would lead to a revolution in glory tactics. As opposed to simply pursuing the final victory, players needed to consider a lot more under this format. The game would become a lot more complicated and there would be much more to it. For the analysts who wouldn't be hurting their waist when they stood and talked, they admired the new rules. However, for the actual participants, the pros, changing their habits would be something extremely annoying. So it didn't matter if the change made things better or worse. They wouldn't welcome it no matter what. It was just that when it made things worse, they could reasonably complain about it, but this sort of format where they couldn't pick out any major flaws, they could only go and get used to it. The Alliance planned to first test it out in the Challenger League to see how things went. If it was all right, they'd implement it in the Pro League playoffs. As for if the regular season needed changing or not, they'd have to do some more research. The new competitive format wasn't some sort of big reveal for everyone. When they started looking into it, the Alliance had gone to the clubs to see their opinions on it, as to avoid making some absurd rules and causing a riot. Being able to share this plan of theirs meant that the clubs wouldn't have anything to say against it. As for the participants of the Challenger League, They were insignificant and powerless, and could only go along with it. Because of the addition of the headcount scoring system, the new format would be more complicated as experts had analyzed. But no matter how complicated the competition was, they could still make certain of their victory. If you won both the group arena and the team competition, then there was no need to take the headcount into account when deciding a victor. The headcount would only be necessary if the victors of the group arena and team competition were different. Those who thought the headcount scoring system was only for deciding a victor under these circumstances were too naive. If a victor couldn't be decided, they could add another match. The alliance welcomed more matches for more spectators. Otherwise, why would they have 2 rounds? They just have each match be a team competition and leave it at that, simple. Not doing that was naturally because one-on-one duels were an irreplaceable format that the audience loved. However, this sort of amalgamation of different match styles of the past had caused matches to end early. Especially with the appearance of such a situation in the finals of the last season, the Alliance was resolute in wanting to change this. In theory, the same thing could happen with the new format. For example, if one team got 5 points in the group arena and then killed 2 of their opponents in the team competition, then the match would end early. However, the probability of this happening was extremely low. In the Pro League, 1 versus 3 was already a very rare event, so while 1 versus 5 might not be impossible, the probability of something that happening couldn't be lower. Anyways, 5 points, 4 points, even 3 points would be highly unlikely in the group arena. After all, the group arena was a fair, one-on-one sort of fight. Getting 1 or 2 points in the end should be the most common conclusion. However, the team competition would be different. It would be easier to gain points in the team competition than the group arena, because the team competition was only fair at the very beginning. When the disadvantaged side began to lose players, the gap would grow. The advantaged side keeping 2 or even 3 points would be common. Only 1 point would be less common in this circumstance. Considering all these factors, the team competition wouldn't be affected much if one team could only get 1 or 2 points in the group arena. That meant, with the new rules, the team competition was a heavy deciding factor. However, this was under the assumption that you didn't let down your guard during the group arena. With each part tying to the other, the game's competitiveness and viewership were assured, while reducing the chances of an early finish to the minimum. The Alliance was full of confidence to this new format. The 8 quarter-finalists of the Challenger League would be graced with the chance to be the very first to try the new format out.